Day number 2 of Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. Thank you very much for joining us today. You're joining us on site. We're going to get little sprinkles apparently off and on today. So if it's on, then you come in here and enjoy the way off. And then when it's off, you go back out there. So we've got the arts and crafts going on. We have the Shankar Law Midway happening. The kids' rides are going. The adult rides are going. Don't forget Cinderella's Carriage Classic Car Show happening throughout the downtown. Yesterday we had in excess of 600 classic cars on display. I know of 2 of them, but I'm not exactly sure how many are on display today. We're just starting to bring the items in to do the weigh off today. So we have pumpkins and we have squash and we'll be doing watermelons. I'm not sure. I think we have some cabbage out there as well today. So grab yourself a seat and enjoy the second day of the weigh off. We also have a few things on display. So some of the items that were weighed and measured yesterday are on display on the floor in here. You're more than welcome to take a picture. Please do not come inside of the orange chain because we're going to have machinery running around in here. We need to make sure you're okay. On display, yesterday's large cabbage, I believe the 83-pound cabbage is on display today. We have some sunflowers, we have some corn stalks, we have some bushel gourds, we have some watermelons, we have some large tomatoes that are all on display here today. I hear we've got a really big tomato coming in from Louise Court this morning. So we look forward to seeing that. It sounds busy because it is busy. So thank you very much for joining us for Pumpkinfest. In front of me on the ground, a chance for you to see what these items look like in the ground. So you can see the root end. So that is the root end of a pumpkin. So the pumpkins go into pots end of February, beginning of March, somewhere around there. They get transplanted out into the field May 2-4 weekend. And then the growth starts. So what we're seeing here is probably 12 feet worth of vine. You're going to see little vine offshoots. So the main vine runs here, and then you see little offshoots happening. This plant stretched out to take up approximately 1,000 square feet. So to get an idea what that means, from currently where the vine is lying to the stage, and from where the vine is lying to the cameras, that's the whole area this plant would take up. To grow one pumpkin, which we know will be well over 1,200 pounds. We're going to be weighing that here shortly. Also, to give you an idea of the difference in the look of them, so we're going to be doing today pumpkins, squash, watermelons, and gourds. Now, these gourds are a little bit different than the gourd that you're used to seeing at the grocery store. So there are male and female parts of a plant. We know the female part, you can see right there. That is a little baby gourd. That's about a day old. And what they used to look like was the white flower that you also see on there. So the way to tell a male portion of the plant from the female portion of the plant, it has to do with this flower. So you see the white flower. When we don't see fruit behind the flower, that's a male. If this is a female, then there'd be a little bulb behind that. That's the fruit. The male or the pistil on the inside of that plant, we pull that off, rub it into the female portion of the plant. She will then close up and eventually a baby. That is a baby gourd. All right? The basics, the genetics, just like growing a human being. Same thing when we grow a pumpkin, a squash, or what have you. By the way, that's a baby pumpkin. So this is 2 days old. The baby pumpkin, over that time span from May 2-4 weekend to today, will grow into what you see coming into the door right there. It'll go from this to approximately 1,200 to 1,500 pounds. The baby becomes that. On their peak growth period, pumpkins can grow and gain weight. Now, we're all the same, right? I've gained a little weight. Not like that. That pumpkin will gain between 40 and 60 pounds of weight in one day. One 24-hour period. At its peak, 40 to 60 pounds of weight. The whole point of doing this is to try and get a better and better strain of pumpkin or seed. Inside that pumpkin is the important stuff, the seeds. So if we take the seed as an example, the Mackenzies gave me some. So in this package are pumpkin seeds from a 1,747-pound pumpkin. So if I was to plant one of these seeds over here and one of these seeds over here, I could then cross-pollinate plants to try and get a better seed, one that's going to grow bigger, right? Think of that in the way of a human being. So for example, oh, Robin is here. My co-host is finally out of bed. Robin Woods from 97.9 The Bruce.
Finally out of bed.
Here's an example. Robin is all of an angry 5'2". I'm 6 feet, and our sons are 6'4". So, in theory, we took one seed and planted it over here, one seed and planted it over here, put those seeds together and grew something bigger. So that's kind of what we're talking about here. And inside these big pumpkins, we could have 50 seeds, or we could have thousands. No one knows until we open them up. If it's a world champion, the value of seed from a pumpkin is more than gold. One seed will go for an excess of $300. One seed. All right.
So away we go. Louise Corder's back. She's got another field pumpkin for us. She says this is the better one. It's a nice one. Yesterday's was a lot of green.
Yes, it was, and hopefully this one's much better.
Oh, it's beautiful color. Yeah. Nice shape.
I'm thinking it's not really, really heavy when Paul can maneuver it like that.
Well, Paul's a strong guy.
Oh yeah, this is good.
So what was yesterday's? 78, somewhere in there. Well, you did better. 96. Woo! We're off and running. Yes, give her a hand. That's a nice job.
Good job. Oh.
Wait for your... So there we go. Sunday is off and running for the Way Off and Louise Court and the field pumpkins. You're in first. Celebrate. Take a picture. That's pretty good, though, for a field pumpkin. That's a good weight. It should be there for a while.
I was told that that was a good one.
It was.
Was it? Good.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was better than yesterday's.
It's very nice. It's very pretty. Okay, how do we explain, Louise, I'm going to put you on the spot. How do we explain to all of these people what a field pumpkin is, because they're used to seeing a pie pumpkin or maybe something that you're going to make into a jack-o'-lantern.
Or yeah, like the ones behind us.
But see, those make good jack-o'-lanterns as well.
They do make good jack-o'-lanterns, but they're different.
They're different. But then your pie pumpkin could be a pie pumpkin too, a rather large one. So
You're
they're
not
just-
helping, Louise.
I know, but I don't know.
Okay, good. You just put the seed in the ground, and whatever happens, happens. Yeah.
It's like explanation for the marrow, the ugly green thing over there. What's the marrow? I don't know. A marrow's a marrow.
Yeah, it doesn't really do much. Field pumpkin
They're
tends.
good at growing, maybe not so much at explaining.
It's one of those. A field pumpkin is more like what you think of as a pumpkin, what you see at the grocery store. Although mostly what you see at the grocery store at the farm, right, is a pie pumpkin. It's specifically made smaller. This is meant for one reason.
And these seem
Big.
to be longer. Like these
They
ones
are.
obviously grow nice and round, and field pumpkins seem to go longer. I don't
Yeah.
know, maybe it's because they got so big.
Because they're not about pretty.
Nope.
They're about growth. So one of the things too, I saw some people grabbing it, so I'm going to make sure I take it here. One of the things that we got yesterday, Jeff is with us again today. He's got a whole truckload full of stuff. Jeff Warner comes from Englehart, Ontario. I will give this leaf to anyone that can tell me where Englehart is. It's probably because you don't want this leaf, actually.
That weighs a pound all by itself.
It is. It's huge.
Yep.
Oh, he put his hand up. Where's Englehart? Oh, he looked it up on Google. I know. It's 2 hours north of North Bay.
He comes a long way.
So I was actually just talking to Jeff. So Jeff today, he's actually hoping he gets out early. He'll drive from here to Aurelia. So he brought items for yesterday, items for today. He's going to drive as far as Aurelia. He goes to Grandma Lamb's in Meaford, picks up a whole bunch of apples, takes them home with him to people who want apples. So he's going to go from here to Aurelia, stay overnight, then drive the rest of the way back to Englehart the following day. So he drives down on Friday, gets a room Friday night in Port Elgin, a room Saturday night in Port Elgin, a room Sunday night in Aurelia, and finally gets home. It is a large commitment for Jeff.
And we love seeing him. I'm glad he does
Oh, he's great. So this is the leaf. This is one leaf from an 83-pound cabbage. So again, difference between what this is and what you buy at the store. You buy the cabbage head. So you're buying, it's a pound
right on.
You're buying the item that's inside, so some people over here will be able to see it, that big cabbage right there. The head of the cabbage is way inside there. That's what you buy and you use, but this is what cabbage looks like. Now, again, a more pure seed to grow it bigger. So a little different seed than what you're used to.
And again, we Googled.
Google.
Well, Paul Googled. And a pie pumpkin has thicker walls and the pulp is sweeter.
Oh, that would make sense. So it would
Yes.
be better as a pie. So I'm going to go over here. Who wants to touch it? You want to touch it? Sure. It's cabbage. It feels like cabbage, right? That's all it is. It just makes one heck of a roll.
Can make a roll for that whole section right there.
Oh, yeah. Isn't it? It's just cabbage. You can eat it. You can. Just tear a piece off. Eat it. It's fine. No, there's nothing. We've cut pumpkins open. We've cut watermelon open. We've cut everything open. You can eat them. The watermelon's very sweet, actually. Feel that? See? It's just cabbage. Here, do you want to feel it? There it is. That's cabbage. Look how big it is, though. You know the bad part? You're going to smell like cabbage all day now. See? Look how look how big it is compared to his melon. Yeah. Here, you want to feel it? That's cabbage. It's cabbage. It's nothing different than what you're used to. It's just bigger, all right? So we have cabbage. Why don't we show a bushel? These are bushel gourds. So these big round things right here, these big green things, that one's 197 pounds and that one's 199. So that is called a bushel gourd.
You know what we didn't have yesterday is bell gourds. We didn't have any bell gourds show up, which looks like a bell.
Gourd is a gourd, right? So you can grow them.
You're explaining them as well as they do.
You can grow, these are bushel gourds. You can grow bell gourds. They look like a bell. They're usually used in Europe. They use them as storage for wine or for bird houses. So you can grow a bell gourd, or you can grow a long gourd. Jeff.
Jeff has got one right here.
Can you bring that right over? This is Jeff Warner from Englehart. He's the guy I was talking about a couple of hours north of North Bay. You can clap for him. This guy comes a long way. And he's actually a nice guy. Like, most people look at you and they go, he must be mean. All right. So I don't want to get into all of the genetics and everything, but okay, so this is a long gourd. That's a bushel gourd. We talked about bell gourd. So what's a long gourd?
I don't really know.
What I want to know
a big ass bean.
is how do you get it started? If it grows from the top, so is it like a bean that you plant a seed?
So it's a big vine type plant, and we grow them up trellises, and then we let them hang over the back, and the gourd will hang down from a mesh cage. So it's supposed to be straight, but this one must have got stuck somewhere and made it a little crooked. And yeah, just let gravity keep them straight and grow them along. If they get stuck on something, they curl up and make neat snake-looking things.
There it goes. So it's the one thing that you don't plant, like it grows down, not up. That's the easiest way to explain it? There it is. Okay. So that makes sense. So can you stand that up a little bit and people can just see? So that is a long gourd, right? A short long gourd. Not yesterday I was talking to the guys from St. Thomas. They said that as a very young plant, some people grow them and then slice them, and you can fry them in butter. And they said they taste really, really good. Yeah, give it a shot. Butter and bacon. You put butter and bacon with anything. It doesn't matter, yeah. All right, so there you go. That's a long gourd. We also, thank you, Jeff. We also put on display, right behind you, sir, a giant sunflower. Now, that looks big to you. That's not a big sunflower. Our biggest sunflower of the day yesterday, we stood it up and it went above the girders for this building. So those girders are 20 feet to the bottom. That one is just over 13 feet tall. So seems big to you, but to the growers, not a large one. And why we put that on display over there makes it easy. If you want to take a picture, by all means, go on over and stand beside that and get a photo of about a 13-foot tall sunflower. Like I said, yesterday's largest sunflower actually went, and corn, both went through the girders to about 26 feet, I think, was our corn.
Yeah, 336 inches.
Something like that.
Something also that's laying down there, and it's funny how it doesn't look as long when it's laying down, is the amaranth. It's a long green stem with, looks like parsley or something sitting on top, but again, it went beyond the first girder, so
and amaranth is a very unique plant that we've seen here at Pumpkinfest a very few times. We haven't, I can only remember a couple of times we've had it. Amaranth is a European plant, was originally grown to crush the seeds, and it's a headache medication. It's like aspirin. That's what amaranth originally was meant for. Now does look like giant parsley. Somebody yesterday said looks like the biggest marijuana plant they've ever seen, kind of, I guess.
We've got a tomato.
No, we don't. Look at this little tomato.
No,
It doesn't even
register.
show up.
It,
Wait, here, let's take that up to the... What happened, Louise?
it didn't quite develop. You got that right.
What are we entering this in? The
So
it
far
is.
today,
So far,
it
it's
is
the leader.
largest.
I'll bring this around. This is Louise Court's entrance into the largest tomato.
It's got to weigh something.
What happened? That's a tomato for sure. You can see it's just here. Put it beside my ear for perspective. That's how big it is. Now I have a big head. Okay.
Would you like me to get one of the bigger ones from yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah, let's compare this. Honey, I shrunk the tomato. Wait, we're going to bring one of the big ones. Do you have another one that you brought today? This is it. Well, at least you don't need to cook a lot of bacon. Oh, like one slice of bacon. Yeah. Oh,
That's
look,
not
see,
even-
that's a tomato.
Now, this wasn't even our winner yesterday, but it's 4.6 pounds and is getting runny on the bottom. It's running all over my hand.
It started out looking like that.
It did way back when. Our winner yesterday was just over. I'm having an oozing issue, but yesterday's was over 5 pounds, but it was green, which is a smart way if you can get it large without starting to ripen, because it'll be heavier and thicker.
I'm just going to let you.
You're just going to let me
Yep.
hang on to this, aren't
Yep.
you? Let it ooze all over my hand. Did you explain? Oh, you got a pumpkin coming? Did you explain the difference between today and yesterday? Why we have some pumpkins today that...
So we used to, today and yesterday. Yesterday used to be called the International Way Off. So it was traditionally bigger things than the bigger growers, and those people got involved. And then there were a lot of local growers who couldn't compete with that. So we had something called the Tri-County Way Off, which was Bruce, Grey, and Huron. I think those are right. It's not that way anymore. Basically, we just do 2 days of way off, 2 days of competition, yesterday and today. So the same growers could come back today and participate today. We have growers from as far away as Fenton, Michigan. Yesterday, we were out of St. Thomas, Simcoe, Englehart, all over Ontario. Come here because Pumpkinfest has become one of the most prestigious way-offs. I don't know if you knew this or not, but Pumpkinfest this year, 2023, was entered into the Ontario Festival and Events Hall of Fame. This is one of the top events ever held in the history of the province of Ontario. You can clap. That's a pretty cool thing. Just remember, as fans here in the Way Off tent, you have literally 3 jobs today. One job is when you see something really cool, is collectively at the same time to say, ooh. All right. Let's try that. Let's try that. All together on 1, 2, 3. Okay, that was no. That was a Sunday morning ooh. I need better. Let's try it one more time, louder. 1, 2, 3. Very good, very good. Okay. So with oohs come ahs. Very good, very good. So that's the other thing. So at certain points, you're going to give me an ooh. But you might give me an ah, so let's practice that. 1, 2, 3. No, ah. We're doing a, you guys are, all right. Did they open the beer tent yet? Is that what's?
It is Sunday. Yesterday
All
was
right.
a tough day for everybody.
Oh. Okay, give me an ah. 1, 2, 3. Ah, very
There
good.
we go.
And the other thing you do today is when we bring people up here, remember that what happens on this weigh scale is the end of 6 months of work. They are in the field every single day. You can't miss a day. So you're in there giving it fertilizer and giving it water and digging and everything, every single day. And so when they come up here and they weigh it, they might think this is small, you're going to think it's big, and you're going to give them a rousing round of applause. So the 3 things we do are ooh, ah, and applause. So let's practice the applause part. It's big. Applause is big. 1, 2, 3, big. Which is the kind of applause that we give to Grandma when she made a cake for the family reunion. Not the kind of applause we give.
That's not a Pumpkinfest applause.
No, these
we do everything
months,
big here.
Months. Let's try one more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, much better, much
That's
better.
better.
Good.
That's better.
That's better. All right, let's get some.
All
Now that
right.
we got them warmed up, let's do this.
Looks like we've got Doug Court with his field pumpkin. This has some nice color too. Your one yesterday had some nice color. Did it? Yeah.
So we're going to put Doug Court. Now, let's go back in the history of Pumpkinfest, the very beginning of Pumpkinfest. 38 years ago was, I believe, a competition between 2 people. And one of those 2 people, 38 years ago, is that guy, Doug Court. He is one of the founding fathers of Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. That's
yes,
him.
absolutely.
Okay.
It's gotten a little bigger.
So I want to, you can talk to him, but I want to show them.
So what did you have yesterday? You remember?
I don't remember.
All right.
I honestly don't
All I
remember. either.
remember is 3 weeks ago when I had a field pumpkin that was 172 pounds, and I'm guessing this one's 132 pounds.
All right.
Off.
And
Little off.
172 is significant.
It is.
Why
That's big.
is it significant?
Number 1 in the world so far.
He has this, it's not this one. He had to weigh this other field pumpkin because it was going to start to rot, so he needed to get it to Bracebridge. Got it to Bracebridge, got it officially weighed. That man currently has the largest field pumpkin in the world today.
Thank you.
It's too bad he couldn't make it, but that's the kind of growing season they had this year, right? Everything grew really quickly.
Yes.
And then if you left it on the vine, things would have gone bad very quickly.
You're right. And there was so much fungus. We had cool nights, and then we had hot weather, then we had rain, and it affected the number of growers who lost everything. When we were in Bracebridge, my friend and I, Bob McKenzie, everyone was telling us they could not make Port Elgin because everything was rotting.
And we found that yesterday. Even the guy who took second yesterday,
Yes.
1,500-pound pumpkin, but that was his second choice
Yes.
because his bigger one exploded.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what I want to ask, people who are at the front, and the camera can zoom in on this. Is that a mouse? Okay, I thought it was a mouse, Mark. If you just think of the size of this field pumpkin, if I'm a mouse, that's a condo, right? It gives me a spot to live, so they start chewing on it. Is that blight? What is that?
I'll show you. You know how we talk about the finger? So, when I have to clean these off in the morning to keep the potential problem of fungi, I bend down, and I'm right-handed. I spray, but I put my left hand this way.
Oh, that's his fingerprint. Get out. Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't. There you go. So there you go. Those are the fingerprints. We have had giant pumpkins. So difference. Field pumpkin. The really big ones you're going to see today are called giant Atlantic pumpkins. It was a strain of pumpkin that came from the Atlantic, near the Atlantic, okay? So big difference between them. We've seen giant Atlantic pumpkins come in here. I think it was maybe Jeff's one year with bear claw marks on them. Because that is dessert for a black bear, right? So I've actually heard of some growers who will sleep in the field with their pumpkin. For the week before they're going to the weigh-off, they will sleep in the field because they need to make sure that that thing gets protected from animals. Thank you. That's pretty cool.
So in the meantime, they've already put it up.
They've already put it up.
148 pounds.
So that one is only 25 pounds away from... Doug already has the largest field pumpkin weighed in the world this year at 172, and that's only 20-plus pounds off of that. So yeah, that's worth the round of applause part. Maybe an ooh, maybe an awe, but definitely a round of applause. I think if we ever tried to grow anything, that's what I'd start with.
Well, we did try, like way back.
Yes, way, way back.
And basically, and I'm going to age myself here, but our pumpkin looked like Brian Mulrooney. Had this big gouge, so it looked like the huge chin.
Yeah.
So we got the most unique, but it weighed like 150 pounds or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can honestly put seeds from a giant pumpkin in a pot, transplant it to the ground, and not do much, and you're going to end up with 300, 400 pounds. You want to get to everyone's goal who gets involved in growing giant Atlantic pumpkins. Their goal is 1,000 pounds. When you get to 1,000 pounds, every other grower then goes, okay, now we got to watch this guy or girl. Because now they know that you've figured some stuff out.
And you got to realize that when Pumpkinfest started, even when we started, like maybe 5 years after we were doing, what did we say yesterday, 98? Like the world record was just over 700 pounds. Now look, like you can't even get on the leaderboard if it's not 1,000, so.
Now the world record for pumpkins over 2,700
pounds last year in Italy. All
All
right.
right. Is this Courtney?
It's Courtney's.
Come on down. You're the next contestant on Field Pumpkin is Right. See some big cabbage.
You guys did really well. These are all nice and orange.
Yeah, they're a lovely color, actually.
Any different seed that you used?
No, the same one. Same one.
All right. Just came out really nice and orange.
All right. So Grandpa at 148. 98 and a half, that's a big field pumpkin.
That's second,
And
so you went by Grandma.
Yeah, she beats Grandma, but not Grandpa. All right, get your photo taken with your stuff. Seeing some big things come in now. Jeff, is that your cabbage? Is that yours? Okay. So yesterday's winner of the cabbage competition was Jeff Warner from Englehart at 83 and a half pounds. I think he's not quite to that with this one, but look, the leaves are bigger.
It's nicer looking, though.
Yeah, the leaves are huge on this one.
But you can much more, the head is much more distinguishable on this one.
It is. Yeah.
Well, it's lighter,
But can
But
we?
you can-
Yeah, turn it so we can see the head. We can show people.
so
the
you
head
can
that
very
way.
much see the head much more easily than in that one.
All right, I'm not moving it. That's
Nope,
this is
not my job.
This job. This is what my job is. Look at this. Now we're going to make sure any leaves that pull off get put back on. Okay, so how much? Wow. It
72.
was bigger. I didn't think it was that big either.
Dense. Probably with the head, it's
72
dense.
pounds. That's one cabbage. Here's the head. Jeez, I don't even know if we can. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
There's the head right there. Yeah, these are great leaves. These are really big. Leaf from giant cabbage. And by the way, it feels just like cabbage. About the size of the ear from an African elephant. It's about the same size. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Who wants this to take home? You can't. It's his. Why would you want to take this home? What's wrong with kids? Somebody want to touch it?
Take a picture, it'll last longer.
Everybody want to?
It won't smell nearly as bad.
If you want to touch it, come on up here. Sure. I will trade you. I get your tornado potato, and you get the touch. No? Yeah. There it is. It just feels like cabbage. It's all it is. You're not allowed to do that. Yeah. It definitely will be eaten by it. You want to touch it? Oh, I'll put it on your head. It's only cabbage. But just yeah. So encourage the growers not to spray stuff for obvious reasons. There, you want to touch it? Ew. It's a little thicker than your. Bushel gourd. Bushel gourd. Oh. Anybody want to touch? You want to touch? Sure. Get into her. You have to come down. I can't go up.
So longtime members of the Pumpkinfest growing family, Bob and Eileen McKenzie from Tiverton, yes? So yesterday, you grew a marrow, and it was quite significant.
Yeah, it was the new provincial record.
That's, it's a new provincial record. What was it, 124 pounds is what he grew yesterday. He grew one of these, new provincial record. This one, 86, oh, I'll let the judge look at it first. It's a marrow. They look so prehistoric, don't they? A Gila monster. It does. It looks very reptilian. But it is, standing it up, it is 86 and a half pounds. Not as big as yesterday's, but still a very good effort for today. Okay, they're all asleep.
Watch this. Watch this. While they take that away, they have been nice enough to donate. So This is Bob and Elaine McKenzie from Tiverton. They've got a giant pumpkin that we're going to be weighing here shortly. And before we started today, they gave me the vine that we have on display, the gourd vine, the baby pumpkin, which we'll talk about here in a minute. And they gave me 4 packages of giant pumpkin seeds. So this one has, I think there's 3 in there, seeds from their 2021 giant pumpkin, which was 1,747 pounds. There are 3 seeds in here. All right? I will give these 3 seeds, which, that's a dollar amount. What would you charge for these seeds? You don't charge? That doesn't help me sell them. All right, I'm gonna make, they're worth more than that. $50 a piece, all right. $50 a piece if you can tell me where they live. Oh, I heard, you don't get any, you car owner. Where? Okay, all of you yelled it at the same time. All right, I'll give them to the person that can tell me what her name is. Not back here, it doesn't count. What's her name? Well, you are a volunteer. You can't win. You people are bad at playing games.
All right, what record did they set yesterday? No, not you, Jeff.
What record did they set yesterday? What's that? For what? Provincial record for what? Where? Oh, I don't know if she should get them. All right, come get them. It was a marrow record. Beautiful, put them in the ground.
All right, we're on to watermelon, our first watermelon of the day.
Oh, look at this. Just imagine cutting this up for dinner tonight. Mmm.
It will be edible, but it wouldn't be as sweet as the smaller ones that you get at home or get at the grocery store. This would be Jeff's. All right. First watermelon of the day. Hey. It is 130 pounds even. Very nice. Yes? We'll never remember that. So this one here is also just from yesterday, was 154 and a half. So he's growing some pretty good watermelons up there.
Do any of the growers have a large knife with them? You might have one? Some of the people who put up their hands is scaring me now. If we can get a knife, Jeff said he'll cut it open. We can have it. Do you have one? Hey, we got one right here. Will that work? All right,
Is that
go
big
for
enough?
it.
Well,
I think the biggest we ever cut up was about 200 pounds, and it was from Marvin Mitchell. That's 7 or 8 years ago.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Oh, it did go right through it. Good. The thing about these, whether it's watermelon, pumpkin, squash, doesn't matter. We don't know how thick the interior is. Can the camera get a picture of that? Yeah, you can. There you go. Oh, look at that one's really solid. Wow. That's pretty cool. That's nice. Here, I'll try. We cut off a few, hand out a few. This is really going to eat into the sales at the food court. Oh, look at that. Look at the water dripping. Oh, yeah. Like it's super
And it's very nice.
sweet.
You wouldn't be able to tell. That's
No.
not one you got at the grocery store.
I promise I've been tested. If you want to break off a piece, you can have a piece. Absolutely. It is super
Yeah, tested
sweet.
for what?
Go ahead, try it. See, it's very, very sweet. No? Yeah, absolutely. That is from a 130-pound watermelon. Well, you don't get the whole thing. What are you? Holy cow. You want some? Try it. You're not a watermelon fan? It's really, really good. Come on down here. Just take a piece right off it. It's really dripping. Holy. Come on in. Go right over there to see him. That is so sweet. It looks the same as any other watermelon. This one, you can see the water dripping out of it. Super, super sweet. Oh, that is so, look at the size of that piece. Holy. Mmm. Oh, yeah. I just about said that. Like, I can't really say.
Somebody forgot to hand out the wet wipes too, did they?
Is that ever good? Holy cow. That one was super sweet. Yeah. I haven't tasted one that sweet yet. Must be good soil up there in Englehart. Actually, we should. I'm going to ask Jeff. If you're ever traveling up in Englehart, Jeff actually owns a whole area where they're growing. Well, it's like the farms just outside of Port Elgin. Wait, let's find out. While you're still cutting, what is the name of your place in Englehart?
Called 80 Creek Gardens.
80 Creek Gardens, okay. So when you're in Englehart or anywhere close, stop in and then you'll go, hey, I was at Pumpkinfest when you were handing out watermelon. Wow.
A lot of children who won't need lunch now.
That's, honestly, that is the sweetest one I've ever tasted.
I was surprised at how sweet that was. It's very good.
Oddly enough, there's some left.
Can you imagine? He hasn't even started in the second half.
I know. It is. It's
Yeah.
very good.
Oh,
yeah.
here comes some more.
Oh, there's some more kids.
No, I think they were here before.
Oh, they're
They're back for more.
Whatever. All right.
not like we'll
let's
run
get
out.
something else to weigh
All
here
right,
while
we
Jeff's
got another
giving it away.
watermelon coming in.
Wow.
And who's our grower?
Just wait until we get the grower.
Who's our grower? Oh, Doug. Here he comes. Just hang on. You got some help coming.
All right. Watermelon for Doug Court. Are your watermelons as sweet as Jeff's?
They are called Carolina Cross from Arkansas, Bill Clinton territory. And I introduced them back 40 years ago from Hope, Arkansas.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, from a church gathering.
Oh, well, they must be good seeds
Yeah.
then.
So what do we have? 79 pounds. Everybody's right on the number here. 79 pounds.
And that'll put him
That's
to
your cue. Yes,
second
thank you.
spot. Give
Thank
him a
you.
nice round of applause.
We'll get out of the picture.
Jeff's created a monster.
I think you created the monster.
He's going to be here. We won't get to weigh anything else from his truck. How much is left? A little. Really? You can't. Oh, yeah, that's true. It's almost. If you want to try giant watermelon, you got like maybe 5 minutes to get it because it is almost gone. He's just about cut through it all. Oh, we got another. There's another one. All right, this, I'm going to guess. If this is a big cabbage, it's Bob McKenzie. If it's a little cabbage, it's Elaine. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You're getting yourself in trouble already.
Oh, yeah, it's just getting started. This is a beautiful, there's another great example of where the head, now, this is a lot bigger of a head of a cabbage than you're ever going to see, but it's right there, right inside. Whoa, that is nice. 44 and a half, yes, 44 and a half pounds. That is a big cabbage. It's the biggest, one of the biggest cabbages you've ever seen. I guarantee that. Bob and Elaine are going to come back with the giant pumpkin here shortly, and then I'm going to get Bob to help me explain what he brought with him. The vine that's on the ground, we have a vine from a gourd, we have a baby pumpkin, and we have a vine that's the actual vine that grew the giant pumpkin that he's about to weigh.
But this just shows how busy they are because Bob and Elaine are just one example. I mean, if you're coming to Pumpkinfest, you might as well bring all you can. They have brought cabbage and pumpkins and squash and tomatoes, and they grow everything as big as they can and enter it in.
Well, and on top of that, remember that this is not a job. This is a hobby. That's what this is. So they still go to work 8 hours a day and then spend 2, 3, 4 hours a day in the field maintaining the plants. So do you want to if you grab that end, not right at the very end, in a little bit. All right. That's okay, I'll talk. So this is a vine. This is a giant pumpkin vine. So you can see the end that I'm holding on to is the end that goes into the ground. That's the root end which goes into the ground. And then it stretches all the way down, and where Robin is standing, the pumpkin would be about 3 to 5 feet further down.
But you can see, if you could see it, that a number of these branches have been cut off.
Right, so if we look at this plant, while it was growing, would stretch from where that vine is to about here. And
if you've ever grown cucumbers, pumpkins, anything, you know how they just love to spread.
That's what this does. And then it spreads that way, equidistant. So the total distance this plant covered was close to 1,000 square feet. Yeah. And then you start trimming everything off so that you get all the energy at the end to go right to the pumpkin and then bring the vine here. So that's Bob and Elaine. We're going to talk more about that because they had some really cool insights. I learned more about male, female.
We've got the pumpkin. They said they brought it in the glove box. Or a watermelon. It's just a bee.
No, but that's
But it's like Louise's tomatoes.
That's true. It's still bigger than what you're going to see in the grocery store.
That's
it's
right.
not, right? It's still 23 pounds.
And it's good enough for third at this point.
Now, that'll be actually probably pretty solid then. If it's 23 pounds, we might cut that one open now, too.
It's been sitting out the vine for a while, so I don't know what it's like inside.
Oh. Well, that'd be
It was
cool to
picked
see
a while
it open
ago,
then.
is what he's saying.
I'm not sure I want to eat it, though, because you can chop it up and look at it. I don't know.
Look at Bob. Bob,
All right, you could-
you can't get this without eating some of that.
Actually, you don't eat that to get this.
No, that's true.
It's the poutine that you ate.
So we also want to say a big thanks to our friends from Michigan.
Yes.
Yesterday, so traditionally, most of our big watermelons used to come out of Marvin Mitchell, who lived in Fenton, Michigan. Marvin passed away a few years ago. His family still comes to Pumpkinfest. They are nice enough to bring us stuff we can't get in Canada. So they go to the grocery store and bring us some things because they know I love certain things coming out of Michigan. So we have Little Debbie brownie with pumpkin icing on them. They actually sell these in the grocery stores in Michigan. Somebody want to try them? It's a brownie. Well, of course, every kid in the world puts their hand up. I want to give these to moms and dads.
Again, children that you don't have to feed lunch.
These go to only adults this time. There's a brownie with pumpkin icing. Brownie, adults. Only adults. Yeah, only adults for this one. Because they might have alcohol in them. I don't know if they do. They might. There you go. As long as you promise not to give them to kids, only for adults. These are brownies with pumpkin icing on them. Not for kids, because I don't know what they have in them.
How are we doing? Good. So we're thinking we're going to do a little break of the big stuff. Do the grow with us stuff now. Yep. And then.
Is that all?
So we're going to bring that out. Okay.
Probably going to take a little pause with some of the big things right here because there's a special promotion that was done in town. I believe this is the third year, I think, for something called Grow With Us. And we want to say a big thanks. I don't know if the camera, follow me over this way. Can the camera get a picture of that sign? That one right there. Huge thanks to Port Elgin Home Hardware, who sponsored Grow With Us. So this is something that we're doing to encourage new growers. That's about kids. We want kids to learn about horticulture. So how do you do it? What do you plant? How do you fertilize it? What do you do with water? And the list goes on and on and on. And a big thanks to Port Elgin Home Hardware for supporting that. The kids have been able to talk to growers and do all sorts of things to make themselves better at this. So we have a whole bunch of things here from the kids, and we're going to bring all the kids out here to center stage because they deserve to get their moment in the spotlight as well. What? Oh, she's bringing lunch. Good.
I'm grabbing sandwiches before we run out again.
So any kids who've got Grow With Us stuff, please bring it to the way off area out here where Robin and I are.
We have some lovely items this year. Look at this, nice variety too. Presentation is nice. Yeah, you got to impress the judges one way or the other. You judging this? Look at the variety. Like this is, and they all look so nice.
We're going to actually have a chat with, let's kind of do each one individually
Yeah.
at a time. So I'm going to start over here just because it'll be easier, and then we'll work that way.
Sure.
So do you want to bring yours over here? Are we able to, probably can't stand it up. It might be too heavy.
The head might be too heavy. Oh.
Just don't want to break it off. Yeah,
Oh.
That's good. All right, so bring that and just turn sideways so the camera can see it. And keep going. Okay, now you come over towards me, and that way the microphone won't squeal. All right, so you grew it. What's your name?
Aislinn.
Aislinn. Now, Aislinn's in her second year of doing this. And then, so what does it mean in your second year? What did you do? Not just grow with us, but you also entered the regular competition, right?
Yeah.
So you're pretty confident that you've got some good stuff going here.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident.
All right. How hard is it to grow? Obviously, it's a sunflower. So how difficult was it?
It was pretty difficult to get it to like stand up straight, and yeah.
So how did you do it?
Well, my dad helped me make some custom trellis things, and it made them grow straight up mostly. And we got some special fertilizer from Doug, and he helped us with that.
And there you go. So you know how long it is? Has it been?
It's 157, I think.
So 16 feet, roughly?
157.
There it is, 157 inches. All right. Give Aislinn a nice round of applause. This is also not just entered in the Grow With Us, but entered in the regular competition because she's so good at this now. She's just like, whatever, I'll just take on the big people. I'm fine with that. All right, congratulations. If you want to put that right back over there, then that way nobody's
She's leading, by the way.
She's leading.
She's leading.
So first, it's her second year growing, and now she's leading.
She's leading. We do have another sunflower over here, and this belongs to you. Oh, you want to take that? And your name?
Andy.
And is this your first year trying?
I believe it's my 5th year.
Wow, were you always with the sunflowers?
Yeah.
So obviously you're enjoying it.
Yeah, it's pretty fun, hard.
It is hard. It's a lot of time. You got to pay a lot of attention to it.
Yeah.
And how do you support it?
These ones really weren't supposed to be entered, but I have ones growing around my trampoline, but they got destroyed by the frost and by the squirrels. And these ones we were just gonna grow for fun, so now.
That is one of the things you can't control. The beasties who come after, because what you're growing is yummy for them.
Oh yeah.
Has it been measured?
I believe it's 151.
Wow.
So there you go. Is that you up there?
Yes.
And there you go. Sitting at second
All right.
on the regular
Yes.
way off.
Taking on the regular people.
Yes,
'cause,
taking
you
on
know.
the adults. Good for you.
All right. Where's Harper Davidson? Who's Harper? Harper, what up, homie? All right. Come on over here. I'm going to sit on the scale. Oh, I can tell you what it's going to say, 202. I did this beforehand. Come on over here. All right, so Harper, you did this whole basket?
Yeah.
Did you pack the basket?
The whole thing. So what do we have in here? I know some of it. What's in there?
A pumpkin.
Pumpkin. Well, there's a pumpkin here, and then what's that flower?
It's a pumpkin flower.
It's a pumpkin flower for sure. And there's, I don't know what's back in there. We're going to go with that's a corn?
On the cob.
Corn on the cob, yes. And then we have, what's there?
Tomato.
Tomatoes, and then, see these little ones way down in here? What are those?
Potato.
Potato. You got like a whole meal going on in here. And what's that flower? Do you know? Yeah. Neither do I. I have no idea. This one. Is it? Oh, he says that's a sunflower.
It's a sunflower, but it's a different color in the inside.
Oh, okay. It's a different color on the inside. That's cool. Here.
And then a
let's-
gladiola in the back.
So the Mackenzies were kind enough to give Harper some seeds to grow a big pumpkin, but we couldn't germinate it, and it didn't make it, so we just stuck with the little ones.
There's some more pumpkins to do big ones next year. More seeds. All right, come over here. Let's show them. We're going to
That
show
is
the
a
camera.
beautifully packed little basket.
It's heavier than you are. You got it? Okay, hold on to it. People are going to clap right now. Okay, can I take that home? I'm hungry.
He's hanging on to that with all his might.
All right, Harper, go find somebody to take you home. Oh, over here. What? Do they get things? Oh.
Pins and a prize.
Does Harper need this back? No. All right, we'll keep it here.
And just so you know, Harper weighs 49 pounds.
Yes.
So now we need Kinsley. Kinsley? Oh.
And what else?
Hello, Kinsley. Is this your spaghetti squash? Did you grow that?
She looks at you the same way I look at you after 35 years of marriage.
This is Kinsley's spaghetti squash. I would say, obviously, it's her first go at this. That is a very good first effort, Kinsley. You come and get your prize. Someone who also made a try at a spaghetti squash is Caden. How are you, Caden? Good. Is this your first year trying?
No.
No.
How many years have you been growing things?
Lots.
Lots. How come you tried a spaghetti squash? Do you like spaghetti squash?
Yes.
He likes it. I think he's taking it home to eat it for supper.
Yes.
All right. Have they weighed it?
I don't know if they are weighing them. I don't think they
I
are.
mean, not weigh, but still, look at.
That's a big spaghetti
This
squash.
is his spaghetti squash. Yes, he did an excellent job. Come over and get your prize. Who do we have next? We've got a zucchini. Clayton. Your zucchini. And how many years have you been growing?
I think 3 or 4. I don't know.
Have you tried something different every year?
Yes. Last year, I think I brought a pepper, if I remember correctly.
And obviously, this is a nice zucchini. Any special tricks you'd like to pass along?
Not that I can think of.
But it takes a lot of time to grow these things, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All right. Come over here. I will hold up Clayton's. Oh, zucchini. I'm getting my workout for the day. Yes, very nicely done. Do you want to have a... Is this Aria? Oh, I love your dress. And what did you grow this year?
Pumpkin.
Is this your first try at it? Have you done it before?
No.
So this is your first try. Did you like doing this?
Yes.
So you'll do it again.
Yes.
Awesome. Because you did a good job. Look at, isn't that just the cutest little pumpkin you ever saw? Well, you'll have to work out a deal. Oh, she's taking it. She's just taking her pumpkin and she's going home. I'm pretty sure I have a You do. We're on to Sophia. Year you are. And how many years have you been growing?
Just this year.
And did you like it?
Yeah.
Are you going to try some of that bigger stuff over there?
No.
No. All right. Nope. She's sticking with this. So what did you grow for us this year?
A honey butternut squash.
A honey butternut squash. I didn't even know there was such a thing. Good for you. This is her honey butternut squash. Thank you, Sophia. Good job. Oh, did you? Oh, is this yours as well? Wow, these are impressive. What are these?
They're the scarlet runner beans, and inside when you open up the pod, there's pink beans inside.
Pink beans. Where did you grew some different stuff. Where did you ever get seeds for this?
I don't know.
I don't know. But there's pink seeds. Can you zoom in? She wants it to be pink, so they're pink. Yeah, they're like huge beans. And the seeds inside are pink. That is awesome. Thank you very much. Introducing us to some new stuff. Who do we have next? We got a zucchini from TJ. If you have a chance to watch the video from yesterday, normally we start the day with pumpkin spitting. Of course, COVID, you can't spit no more. So, had to come up with something different. Came up with a pumpkin launch, and this young man and his brother came up with the devices that we used, all by themselves. That deserves a round of applause. Some amazing engineering. You can check out the video from yesterday on YouTube. I did an awesome job, and you brought us.
It's a zucchini, but like we asked the judges too, and he said that it's up to you guys if this is one or two, because it is attached. If you can see, it's one zucchini, but they're attached as two.
They're twins.
Yep.
It works for me. Oh, the judges. Oh. He's thinking it's neat, and if he thinks it's neat, it's in. He calls it one. Is this your first go at zucchini?
Yep. This is my first year. And we made it just in case, and it takes us too, but that one's not counting.
Thank you very much. Hope you try it again. So you notice she took her pumpkin and she left. As soon as she said she wanted, she left. And your name?
Clara.
And you tried a pumpkin. It's a gourd. Any particular?
That's not mine.
I don't know where that's come from.
I grew it in my front yard because the squirrels tried to eat it, and I just threw it in my front yard.
Hey, that happens. Like Dave said earlier, a lot of the growers have to sleep with their things that they are growing to make sure the animals don't get them.
I didn't even grow it. The squirrels did.
See, you think squirrels are annoying, and they are, but they can be very helpful. So this is a gourd. Any particular type of gourd?
Orange and green.
What? Okay, it's an orange and green gourd. All right. But still, for the squirrels, they did a darn good job. And you'll be back and give it a go next year? No. No. I think you should talk to some of our growers. They could give you some dandy seeds. No, all right, she's not a grower. But you know what? That's equally as good of an exercise to find out things. Come and get your prize. Oh, she took it. She needs the green sheet. So I got a corn stalk. Who's corn stalk? And your name?
Lane.
And is this your first year being a part of this?
No.
How many years?
I think 2.
Did you try corn last year as well?
Yes.
And did this work out better?
Yes.
So this one's a better one. Have they measured it? Do you know? No. It's as long as the table. How long is the table? 6 feet? I'm awful at this, but 8 feet. Wow, there you go. An 8-foot corn stalk. Good for you. Oh, it's still got the corn on it, too. Good try, good effort. Are you going to enter again next year?
Yes.
All right, that's what we want to hear. Thank you very much. This is going to squeal on me. Abby. She's here. You are. This is a beautiful sunflower. first time growing?
Well, I grew a couple sunflowers, but the first one I picked was the biggest one, but my daddy dropped it, so.
Well, that'll be the last time you let Daddy handle your sunflowers.
Who did you grow it with?
I grew it with my grandma. She's Joanne Robbins at Pumpkinfest.
Awesome. Well, that's what the head of Pumpkinfest does. She gets people involved.
She works at Pumpkinfest.
She does. She tells us all what to do. You love your grandma?
Yes.
And she helped you with this, and you did a great job.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you very much. This is her beautiful sunflower. Look at this. Lovely sunflower. And
hey,
she's so excited.
Just give the kid the mic.
I know. She's very excited.
She's
yeah.
soon to be the midday host on
I think
97.9 The Bruce.
She is certainly going to be taking over Pumpkinfest. I can see that coming. We got two more sunflowers. We've got Sam. Someone's penmanship is not good. Sam. So this is a darn big flower. How big was the plant, do you know?
7 feet.
Holy cow. And is this your first time trying to grow sunflowers?
Yes.
Well, you did a very good job at your first effort. How did you make it, hold it up so that it stayed and didn't fall over?
It did fall over.
Oh, it did? Well, then, and is that why you entered it as the sunflower head?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? You got to make the best of what you got. So imagine the plant that would have went with this. That is a very good first effort. Yes. Thank you very much, Sam. Are we going to see you again next year?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you very much. You head over there and you get your prize. Last but not least, we've got Aubrey. This is your sunflower head?
Yeah.
Did you have the same difficulty as Sam did, or did you mean to bring it as the sunflower head?
I had the same difficulty.
And who did that on you? Or did it just fall over?
Just fell over.
Oh, well. Still, it's a darn good thing we have a category for sunflower faces. Is this your first time trying to grow a sunflower?
Yes.
Did you like it?
Yes.
You're going to give it a try again next year?
No.
No. Would you try something else?
No.
You're not into gardening? No. All right, well, you know, as I said, the experience, you learn what you like and learn what you don't like. But still, this is Aubrey's sunflower face. Yes, very good. Thank you very much. You can go over and get your prize. Those are some lovely efforts.
There's one effort that we haven't recognized.
Okay.
Home Hardware has been a part of promoting this for the kids in the area for Grow With Us since it started. It's now getting bigger and bigger and bigger. We're already seeing these kids graduate to now growing things that are actually entered in the regular competition. 100% of the thank you and congratulations has to go to our local Home Hardware store. Right here. And I know they have the truck anyway. The classic truck does all sorts of appearances around the area. If you haven't seen the Home Hardware, the old yellow truck, and that, I doubt that'll ever get anywhere near the license plate on that truck. It's probably going to end up in the store. But what a crazy great supporter of our community. Give it up for Home Hardware. Yeah, does she have, what do you want to say?
We're just excited to be part of such an awesome festival and event, and we hope that it continues to grow and we see more entries each year, and yeah, it's just an exciting event to be part of. So keep growing, and good job. Then thank you so much.
Of
This is
course.
awesome.
This, actually, I don't know if we can grow much more. We're running out of area. They're building buildings and they're doing all sorts of things. But thank you very much. And this is going to mean Pumpkinfest is around for a long, long time. All right. If you, by the way, have been sitting in the seats because you wanted to see a big pumpkin, don't move. We are seconds away. We're going to get the Grow With Us, move to the side, and then it's time to weigh today's giant pumpkins.
There were some really interesting things in there that I have never even seen before. So I'm assuming you could find those seeds at your local Home Hardware.
Actually, yeah, Home Hardware. How many packages of seeds, for just in general, would you guys sell in the year? You know,
Phenomenal number.
too many.
Yep.
But that's where you go. Just go to Home Hardware. And if they don't have like the giant seed that you're looking for example, what's in Dave's hand right here, which, by the way, we're going to give away here in just a minute because the family that donated these 3 seeds from a 1,747-pound pumpkin, one of you is going to get these seeds here in just a minute when we weigh the giant pumpkins. But when you get corporate support, like somebody, you can tell we're getting old.
I have to throw in here, Connie just told me that all the pumpkins that you see around town as a decoration, Home Hardware donated those seeds, grew them out at Highbury Farm, so they, again, helped out even with the decorations around town.
Home Hardware, by the way, if you don't know it, they are always locally owned, so it's a local family that owns the franchise. So they're awesome people, and thank you very much for that support. Maybe we can, I know these chairs, they didn't come from Home Hardware. I wonder if do you guys think they should get these in? This should be like the Pumpkinfest chair, shouldn't it? Orange, quite comfortable, nice back. It's how you know your MCs are getting old.
Friday night, Anne-Marie says, I have a couple of chairs at home. Would you like them? Yeah.
Yep. We don't spend quite as many hours standing up on the cement as we used to. It used to be 8 hours Saturday and 5 or 6 hours on Sunday. Not quite that long now, but still takes its toll on your old body. But it's incredible to be a part of this kind of event. Like I said, this year Pumpkinfest was entered into the Ontario Special Events and Festivals Hall of Fame. There aren't many events that get into that category, so we were lucky enough to be named as one of the top festivals and events in the province of Ontario in history. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I know I look that old, but I'm not. It's seriously. And you mentioned yesterday, some of you who are here maybe do, maybe don't know, we are currently broadcasting live on the internet. So we're on YouTube around the world. We're on cable television as well. Last year, I heard a number thrown around close to 1 million views of the YouTube broadcast, which is why I got a haircut. And I think that, and I don't think people get the understanding of how far-reaching this event is. You've been doing it with me for 4 years?
Something like that.
Okay.
Normally I was taking care of the children.
You were normally taking care of the kids. I've been doing it for 29 years. It's probably 75% of the reason we moved here.
Oh, absolutely.
Probably.
Yep.
We lived in Owen Sound, worked in broadcasting in Owen Sound with Mix 106 and CFOS, and then
you went to the Attack.
Went to the Attack, and then came over here and bought part of Pizza Delight. Hi, Bob. And you came over to work at the time, the Beach, and we just went, God, this is a cool community. We got to move here. So we did.
But yeah, it was Pumpkinfest because that's how you hooked up with Bob. And I mean, our kids rank this right up with their birthdays and Christmas. Like, it's always been a wonderful event for the whole family, and it just continues to grow,
Yeah.
which is awesome. There is always something new to take in. There's always your favorites, but there's always something new as well.
And now, so yesterday, our oldest son, his wife, 3 grandchildren were here. Jack and Emily are here, and who knows where that could lead to one day.
I think most of us in town end up having family
do.
visit
Yeah,
on Pumpkinfest
Yeah.
weekend
yeah.
because it's
So-
just a great event to do.
For, you meet some crazy good people in this town, too. I think John Miller said it best at the beginning of the event. Only 2 kinds of people here, friends and family. Love all the people that we work with. Then you meet some really good people in this town and you really want to be here, despite people like Dave Mayette. I mean, he's okay, but really, no. Unbelievable, the people that are in this community and the organizations that are in this community. And companies like here, we're sitting right in front of their sign. Could half of this stuff in our community happen without the involvement of Bruce Power and the suppliers for Bruce Power? The answer is no. They are a huge part of what we do.
So many members of the community are a part of this. As you go around, you're going to see so many signs of local businesses that every year I think the committee goes to them and said, do you want to be a part of this again? They go, uh-huh. Why are you even asking? Giant Tiger with the Kitty Carnival, and we have OPG with the Mad Science Tent Meet. You go there because that's a whole lot of fun. You could say it's with the kids, but it's with you as well. I mean, Bruce Telecom is always a huge part of this because of the internet and everything else that we need to go, and the list goes on and on. Missionary
Church, big thanks to the folks who, you just see part of the building behind Robin and I. This is the way off stage and the leaderboard, but we have the folks from the Missionary Church who kind of give up this facility for the whole week. The week leading up to and the week of Pumpkinfest. This is way back, the original arena in our community, and now it's turned into Missionary Church. So thank you guys very much for what you do. We got a little bit of a sprinkle outside today. Off and on, and we certainly don't have to worry about it when we're in here. This changed Pumpkinfest.
Oh, it made it much more stable, and it's
What
just a wonderful.
are you doing?
I know. Paul's going to be Vanna.
What?
Take her around. He's got a carrot from yesterday, 5.15 pound carrot.
A 5-pound carrot.
Ugly as sin, but. And most of the vegetables you will see.
No, the carrot.
Not you.
The carrot
not you.
is
The
ugly,
carrot.
yeah.
Yes, the carrot. Same as the tomato. Generally, these things, they didn't plan it to become huge. It just became huge because a lot of carrots all grew together.
And that's usually what happens when we get big carrots. It's several seeds that grow into one carrot, as you
And
can
I shall
see.
wander as well, because another interesting entry this year was a white radish.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. I didn't see it yesterday.
It weighed in at 3.3 pounds. She's zooming in. She's zooming in.
I don't know how to explain that.
I'm not even. No. I'll walk around with it.
All right, so there goes a white radish. And as I said, we're just getting set to weigh, I believe we have a couple of Atlantic giant pumpkins to go yet. The big things that people like to see at Pumpkinfest. A giant Atlantic pumpkin is a special strain of pumpkin. It was designed on the Atlantic coast, and it was years and years of genetics, crossbreeding, time after time after time to get to the genetics that would grow big pumpkins. The largest pumpkin in the world ever grown was grown last year in Italy. 2,700 plus pounds is the current world record. We're not going to beat that today, but we are going to show you perhaps the biggest pumpkin you've ever seen. This isn't it. No, this is Jeff Warner, once again back with us from Englehart, 2 hours north of North Bay. So when Jeff's finished here, he's going to fill up his truck. He's going to drive partway home. So if there's anybody watching the broadcast and you live in Aurelia, you're going to see his truck in your community shortly. That's where he stays overnight before he heads back home. Are you still going to stop? Probably? Good. So if you know what hotel you're going to stay at?
Usually it's like the Highwayman.
The Highwayman Inn, right on the highway. I know the one. Okay, so Jeff's going to stay at the Highwayman Inn just because, here, come here. Before we talk about your pumpkin, this is Jeff. He's going to stay at the Highwayman Inn near Aurelia. You're okay if somebody was to stop by and say, hey, I saw some guy growing things on the internet, and I'd like to buy him dinner. You'd be okay with that?
Yeah, as long as there's beer too.
Beer. As a matter of fact, the food really is secondary.
Yeah.
All right. I hope if you get a free supper, let me know. That would be cool. All right, if you don't live in Aurelia and you're watching the broadcast, but you know somebody that does, call them and tell them to go to Highwayman Inn and get Jeff beer and food. 108.5. Give them a round of applause. That is a field pumpkin, which is more what you're used to seeing: pie pumpkin, jack-o'-lantern, field pumpkin, etc. And the field pumpkin is going to go to second place on the leaderboard. And now we have, how many do we have over there? Is there 3, 4 big ones we still have to weigh?
As we took the radish around, there was something that made you can see it on the ground just over by the long table over there. Something made a home out of it.
Oh, was there something in there?
Yeah, there was a little hole and it was quite hollowed out.
So remember that the site stays open all afternoon, right up until, I believe, 4 o'clock. And at 3 o'clock, we're doing a kids' pet show in here, where area kids just bring their pet. You never know what we're going to get for a pet show.
You do little things like longest tail and longest ears and best trick and that kind of things.
You could throw a leash on me. I'll bark.
Bob and Eileen McKenzie are back.
What? How much was it? 107 and a half. Give them a good round of applause. 107 and a half. It's going to go to third.
Field pumpkin.
That's a decent one. I guarantee that's a jack-o'-lantern, right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be a jack-o'-lantern for sure. All right, Bob, can we let them move this? I want to get you guys to come over here. Elaine, don't do any work. Let the volunteers move this one. So this is Bob and Elaine McKenzie. They're from Tiverton. I want to go up here and talk about this stuff that you guys brought, and I'm going to give this to you because you're going to give those away. We'll talk more about that in a sec. So first of all, come on up here with me. So we have 2 different vines. So I'm going to get Elaine, because she liked the fact that this was fuzzy. So we're going to talk about this. So compare these vines. That is a vine for a giant pumpkin. The giant pumpkin you guys are going to weigh here in a couple of seconds. What's this for?
That's from the bushel gourd.
So this is a bushel gourd. So obviously that's a little bushel gourd right there.
Yeah. It's a female, and that one's probably a couple of days old. And they pollinate at nighttime, and nature takes its course.
All right, so this one pollinates at night. Yes, where's the flower? There it is. So to tell the difference between a male and female flower, because there's a difference, we're looking at a male flower, but how do I know that?
This is the male, and then this is the female that has the fruit on behind the flower.
Right, there's a little piece of, like it comes behind the flower. So if you look at a flower and you see like the little thing behind it, female. If you don't see the little thing behind it, male. There you go. And then this one pollinates at night. And that one, how old, that's got to be pretty young.
One day.
One day. And one other thing to note on that, and that's these little extra finger things. So what were they called?
Tendrils. They'll reach out to grab onto anything, a weed, a stick, or anything to secure the plant so it doesn't roll in the wind.
Okay, so these tendrils will grow and grab onto. So if there's like a stick, they'll wrap around the stick, and that stabilizes the plant so the wind doesn't blow it around. So the plant actually takes care of itself. All right, so this is a bushel gourd. All right. This is a
part of a pumpkin plant. This is a male flower. You can tell it's a male flower because it's just got the yellow petals and there's no baby pumpkin behind the flower, and that's just a male.
So this different. We talked about the bushel gourd, and they pollinate at night. This one is in the morning, and it only opens for like a specific period of time.
Yeah, it's probably open for a couple of hours in the morning, like first daylight. Yeah.
So you have to be there to help nature, otherwise the bees are going to do something.
Exactly. When we cover our flowers the night before so that bees can't get in there, I put a styrofoam cup over the flowers before they open, so that I know that bees can't beat me to the flower in the morning.
Because you like to sleep in, is that what you're saying?
Because I want to protect the cross. Whatever I cross it with, I want to make sure that's the cross. That's the reason why you do it.
All right. So that's a male pumpkin, and then the little thing in the middle is called a pistil, and then you rub that into the female, and then tie the female closed. 2 or 3 males. Oh, okay. Mean woman. Okay. This, well, I know what that is. How old?
Probably 1 day old. 1 day old giant pumpkin, yeah.
So this becomes what we're about to weigh.
In about 90 days. In about 90 days, they grow into that size over there, yeah.
Wow. And I mentioned it for those who didn't hear it. Maximum growth, 40 to maybe 60 pounds in a day.
Yeah, we didn't get that this year because we had a poor year this year, but yeah, they can grow up to 40 pounds. I would say 40 pounds would be the maximum for us, yeah.
And different depending on where you live because it's got to do with sunshine, water, soil, etc.
Exactly, yeah. It all has to mesh together, like weather, soil, yeah, luck.
All right, and then we end up with this vine, and I'm just going to pick up this end. This is not light. Okay, so this is the root end.
This is ground zero, I guess. This would be ground zero right here where we plant the seed, or the seedling. That's the starting point of the plant, and it goes that way. And you have side vines that come off the main vine, and this is only the main vine. But the plant's huge. The plant's like at least 1,000 square feet or better when you're done. And of course, the leaves are all gone. We've cut the leaves off, but yeah, this is what you call the main vine, and the pumpkin grows on the end of the vine about 16 feet down at the tip. Yeah.
And this is heavy. I want to say, like we could weigh it, but this is heavy enough where it'll crack itself. So do you spend much time? I know some of the growers do a lot of support things, so like dirt, wood, whatever they can put underneath it to help.
Well, these vines are buried. They're actually buried in soil past about here. They're all we don't even see the vines. Like they're covered in dirt because you'll put roots out the bottom. The roots will come out of each leaf node. You'll have a root come out the bottom of the vine. That helps feed the pumpkin. So yeah.
And they literally will eat until the moment you get here. I've seen them, the pumpkin vine be in a bag of water and it's still drinking.
Yeah, they could suck some up on the way here too, I guess, yeah.
All right, there you go. So give Bob and Elaine McKenzie, one of our local growers, a nice round of applause. That's some of the basics of how this works. Now you have, well, you're going to give that away, I'm not. So you had a pumpkin back in 2021, 1747. You have, how many, there's 3 seeds in there?
I think it's 3 or 4 seeds, I can't remember. I think I can feel 4 seeds in here.
Okay, so that, $100, $100 to $200, somewhere around there?
Sure, you got $100?
I'm still married. Okay, so for that, Bob's just going to give this away. But we want you to be serious about wanting to grow a pumpkin. If they need almost 1,000 square feet to be able to grow a plant that big. So number one, I want you to be, yes, we're going to grow it. I want to take this. I want to try this. And number two, would you give them your cell number or something if they need a little bit of assistance?
Email. I'll email.
There you go. So someone who's grown an 1,800-pound pumpkin will also give you a little bit of advice. Does that make sense? So think about it, but if you want these seeds for free, and like I see, the little guy puts his hand up and Mom does not. Yeah, kind of sense that. So if you really are seriously interested in doing it, Bob, Elaine, if you would give those away. You pick whoever it is. I don't want to be into this. Put your hand up if you're seriously serious about growing this. Seriously serious. And I'll let Bob and Elaine do that. And a big thank you, a big thanks to Bob and Elaine McKenzie. How about another nice round of applause? They are great, great people.
And they are one of the many growers that come here every year, and the growers are wonderful because they want to keep this going, obviously, and they like the competition. But another great source of help is the Giant Vegetable Growers of Ontario, gvgo.ca. They were here yesterday and left a whole bunch of cards over here, so make sure you pick one up if you're thinking, you know, I could do this, I could give it a try, even maybe not a giant pumpkin, but corn stalk or a...
And did they leave some seeds? He might have been out. He had seeds for giant tomatoes.
I didn't see the seeds, but the cards are there. But great source, they will help you out. They'll give you some hints, not, you know, the deep, dark secrets to get a $2,000 pumpkin or 2,000-pound pumpkin, but they will help you out to give you some guidance on how you can get some things growing really big. And join us on this side of the orange chain.
So this is Bob and Elaine's squash, correct? All right, well, they're busy. That's fine. They'll come over here in a minute. Let's get that on the weigh scale. So this is, now honestly, Bob said we didn't want to bring this, but we weren't sure how many squash we're going to get weighed this year. So what the heck, we'll bring one. And it turns out it's going to win the category, yeah. Because we didn't have, there was such a variance in the growing season this year. We ended up with a lot of heat and no water. Then we ended up with a lot of water and no heat. And then we ended up with a huge growth spurt and a lot of things just basically exploded or got disease.
Yep.
So there's a squash. What is it in at?
111 pounds.
Give them a round of
It's
applause.
small,
That's a 111-pound squash.
Yeah.
That's still a crazy big squash.
And again, such an even...
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. So there was somebody
they're
that
over there
had their
talking.
hand up. We were going to give some seeds away,
They've
too.
had their picture taken numerous times this weekend. But still, and again, you never know, because as it gets bigger, sometimes the walls thin out. Yes. So it could look huge and not weigh that much, or it could be small, but because it hasn't thinned out yet, it's still a very solid, very dense vegetable. Comes in at 111 pounds.
End up with a lot of air in the big one sometimes, and we're about to see that. We have 2 giant Atlantic pumpkins to weigh for you right now. Put your hand up if you've ever seen a 1,000-pound pumpkin. Yeah? Well...
Because you've been to Pumpkinfest before. Yes.
Well, we're going to get a little bigger than that. I think we might hit 1,400 here in
Looks
just
like
a
Jeff
minute.
has got another interesting plant on his trolley. He brought one yesterday.
What's that? What is it? That's celery?
It is celery. I was going to let them guess, but now you ruined it, so that's
Sorry.
okay. But obviously it doesn't look like the one that you get at the grocery store. It's they've let it grow. The stalks are much thinner, but it looks like celery anyway. No, you're good.
Dare you to do that with a giant pumpkin. All right, Jeff Engelhart, is this your last thing? You got more.
Again, if you're going to make the trip,
The
you
hits
might as
just
well.
keep on coming. This
Fill the vehicle every
this is
single-
celery again, right?
No, he ruined it.
We knew what this
He
was.
ruined it. But we had somebody thought it was parsley or cilantro because of the leaves.
Marijuana.
Oh, how many
oh,
stalks?
do you know?
Oh my.
Okay. That's a whole bunch of stalks of celery that have grown together. And
it's 31 pounds.
31 pounds worth of celery.
I have celery and peanut butter for breakfast every morning. That would do me for a very long time.
I cannot believe you people are not clapping for 30 pounds plus of celery.
You have never seen, even if you've been to Pumpkinfest and you've seen 1,000-pound
You haven't seen
pumpkin,
it.
you haven't seen.
I gotta be honest, I can't remember ever seeing celery at Pumpkinfest.
Have you brought it before?
Do you? Have you?
Yeah.
Okay. You're not that memorable. Oh, I'm kidding.
Oh, there's the awe.
There's an awe. Actually, you know what? Seriously, I'm sitting there last night. So we had our turkey dinner last night with our kids because they're going to go in different directions. You got to come to our house next year at Pumpkinfest Saturday night for dinner.
Sure.
Don't you think we should have him for dinner?
What? Well, not have him for dinner. He's invited for dinner.
You're all welcome.
Oh, invite everybody. Oh, yeah, sure. Our garage isn't that big.
Come on. Mill Street. Just head up Mill Street.
2 blocks that away.
Seriously, next year you just...
Paul's not coming.
I can make craft dinner like nobody. Oh.
I
And
do have a hot tub.
And
So Paul will come for the hot tub. He doesn't care about supper.
And a swing set and a jumpy castle. I have
Jumpy
it all.
castle.
I have it all. I have it all.
I think we might even have a couple of nicely aging pumpkin wine bottles.
We do. We have at least one Dave McCallum pumpkin wine still left. Will never be open.
Yeah.
To the McCallum family watching, never be open. Never. All right.
Oh,
I
the
see
guys
the
are here.
forklift
Yeah,
going.
The forklift guy is here.
So let's talk about giant pumpkins. If you haven't seen them before, here comes a giant Atlantic pumpkin. So
I think they're starting with the
we're bringing-
with the gourd.
Is it another bushel gourd?
It's a bushel
Yes.
gourd.
Sorry. Well, we'll talk about it the same way. We're going to see a bushel gourd, then 2 giant Atlantic pumpkins. You're going to see a special sling device that goes around the pumpkin or squash. Pumpkinfest history started at Coulter Parkette, which is the parkette that's part of where the car show is happening right now. Then it moved from there because it got too big. It moved up to the Port Elgin Curling Club, and inside the curling club, we did the way off. Then the pumpkins got too big, the event got too big. It moved from the curling club right across the road to the backyard of the high school, where eventually we had to get a tent. It was the largest tent erected in the province of Ontario at the time. But then that tent started to cost in the neighborhood of $50,000 a year to rent.
To say nothing that if the weather wasn't cooperative, it was really windy, we almost lost it a couple of years.
So then the decision was made, where are we going to go if this event's going to keep going? And we ended up here at the Missionary Church in Port Elgin, which is and I mentioned it yesterday, no pun intended, godsend for this event to be able to come here and keep everything centralized.
They are lovely to let us in every weekend, and I'm going to let you know one of their fundraisers. One, they're doing the food drive. So if you happen to have some non-perishable items, it is gathering over there. They're actually going to weigh it against the heaviest local pumpkin later on this afternoon to see how much food we have. And then put on your calendars, October 15th, it is a Sunday, at noon. There are some growers, some of these pumpkins, they'll just leave them here because they've been weighed, they got their money. They don't, but they use them, and they are nice enough to leave them here because on Sunday, October 15th, they will bring a crane in and they do the pumpkin drop. And it is awesome to see and hear.
We can hear it. We live 2 streets that way. and we can hear the big pumpkins when they hit the ground.
Other activities for the children as well. It starts at noon, and it is a fundraiser, and whatever donations they collect will go to the food bank as well.
So we'll talk more about the sling in a minute. Jeff is back with one.
With the marrow.
What is this? What? You know what? I've never asked anybody. I'm going to ask Jeff.
We
What
did.
is
We
the-
asked yesterday, and you
the
know what the
purpose
answer
of
was?
a marrow?
The marrow is a marrow. What's that? We said, "What's a marrow?" And they said, "I don't know. Marrow's a marrow."
But what's it? What's the purpose of a marrow? Like, obviously, this is bigger than an average marrow. What are they used for?
I think they cook with them. I've never grown a regular one before, so I don't really know.
So if anybody knows a marrow, if you've ever cooked one, let us know.
Balls
but
on Google.
This is different, though. This is grown, obviously, for weight.
Yeah, you're just growing for size, yeah.
All right, let's see. What do we got? We got a marrow that's 65 and a half pounds. What's the biggest marrow? Put your hand up if you've even seen one. And if you have, what's the biggest one you've ever seen? We don't know much
The
about...
one that was weighed yesterday.
Well, the one that, yes, it was bigger.
Still, this is good enough for second today, so thank you very much for bringing it.
Wow.
Oh, you're not... He always forgets the picture.
Oh, you can take a picture on there, sure. And there you see our leaderboard for those people watching at home, for those here live, the leaderboard behind Robin and I. So this is a bushel gourd. So the round version of a gourd. We have long gourds, we have bushel gourds, and we have bell gourds are the traditionally ones that we look for here at Pumpkinfest. This is more utilized as a storage container for your favorite beverage, if you understand what I'm saying.
And if you see these coming in, even the marrows we had earlier in the day, they're wet. Now, yes, it is.
Is it yours?
It is.
Whose is this?
It is drizzling out, but the dew has been quite heavy.
This is Bob and Elaine McKenzie. Oh, there they are. Thank you for giving away the seeds. You can share the work now. That'd be good to be able to do. So what's your personal best bushel?
I've never grown one. This is the first year.
Oh, we just asked what their personal best was. They've never grown one of these before. This was just something to do.
Well, it's our first one of the day, but
You might want to grow a few more of these.
Let's try it again. 267 and a half pounds. That
Holy
is
cow.
a good size bushel gourd.
Do it. That's your first attempt. What? Okay. I was just going to ask, what's it like to grow comparatively?
Very similar to a pumpkin, and they're really fun to grow. I don't know what it is about them, but they're just fun to watch them grow. And
I assume less of a footprint too, not quite as big.
a little bit less, but they grow a fairly good size. But there's not as much work, I don't think, as a pumpkin. We bury some vines, but we didn't bury all the vines. But it grew good. Maybe it had a good seed. I don't know.
Well, I would keep the seed that's in that one for sure. Wow. And now the giants.
And the harness, since it's out here in front of us.
Sure. So here's the harness, the red and black thing that you see attached to the top of the forklift. So when the event was first done, Doug, what was the heaviest pumpkin the first year of Pumpkinfest? You were around back then. What was the heaviest?
I was there. 208 pounds.
Was the first year heaviest?
Yes.
And now, our site record's about 1,900?
You're close enough. I think it's 1,888.
And the world record's 2,700.
At the moment, there's over 20 pumpkins right now, over 2,000 pounds.
Wow. So when we started this event, it was 200. Doug was one of the originators at Coulter Parquet. Then it grew bigger and bigger and bigger, got to about 700-pound pumpkins when it was being held in the curling club. And at that time, we employed the high school football team. So these are grown, not this bushel gourd, but pumpkins and squash can be grown actually on the skid. They don't have to be grown on the ground. It's the vine that has to be on the ground and in the ground. And you do that so that you've got an opportunity to pick it up, put it on a trailer, and get it here. But at 700 pounds, the high school football team was still moving them around. But anything bigger than that was difficult for them to move. So when it went to the high school, there was a problem. We were getting into a 1,000-pound pumpkin. How do you move it? So the question came from Pumpkinfest to our good friends at Bruce Power. A lot of engineers work at Bruce Power. You want to make an engineer have fun? Give them that to solve. We need to move a 1,000-pound pumpkin. How do we do it? The sling that you're now looking at was designed by the engineers at Bruce Power. Yes, absolutely. They designed it. The original one for Pumpkinfest was originally designed to pick up something in the neighborhood of 2,000 pounds. The problem is, we got to 2,000 pounds within 10 years. So they had to redesign it. That one was actually a redesign 3 or 4 years ago. And that same design is used at weigh-off sites all over the world. So what you see was invented for Pumpkinfest by Bruce Power, but it's utilized all over the world. And when I say all over the world, I mean all over the world. The World Weigh-Offs happened last weekend, this weekend, and next weekend. And literally, if you can name the country, they have a weigh-off. Every country around the world, China, Japan, South Africa, Australia, everywhere in Europe, everywhere in America, everywhere in Canada. There are weigh-offs all over the world. And they do it last weekend, this weekend, and next weekend. And then they all get put together to decide and determine who the world champion is.
And as we mentioned earlier, the world record came about last year in Italy, just over 2,700 pounds. He just keeps it coming.
How big is your truck? Once again, what's the name? 80 Mile? 80 Creek Gardens, sorry.
So another bushel gourd.
80 Creek Gardens in Englehart, Ontario, 2 hours north of North Bay.
And everybody will know, hey, where's Jeff? Oh, he's over there.
Yeah, actually they do. Sun Life, because I own Sun Life offices, a Sun Life person. As soon as I mentioned, do you know this guy named Jeff? Everybody went, oh yeah, we know Jeff.
And again, like an even weight, 97 pounds.
97-pound bushel gourd. Wait, let me show them something. Since we're not needing this anymore, that's a baby bushel gourd compared to that bushel gourd right there. The neat thing about these, and thanks to Bob and Elaine for this, take a look at that, and what do you see that's unique about a baby bushel gourd? What's unique? It's fuzzy. See the hair on it? I actually asked, nobody really knows why, but there's little hairs. Come feel that, here. This is really weird. Feel my bushel gourd. Is it? Oh, you think it's like human hair? Oh, that's neat. See? I don't know. I'm going to ask about. Is there a doctor in the house? I need a doctor. I need a physician to tell me. Want to feel it? That's a baby bushel gourd. Yeah. Actually, a good point made by the lady over there. It's just like a human baby. Human babies are fuzzy when they come out. Oh, well, once they get dried off, they're fuzzy. There you go. That's a little baby bushel gourd. You never got hit with a bushel gourd before. Here, take. And we got another one. Oh, I didn't realize we had a couple more. And then we have, is it 3 giants to wait? We have 3. Morgan, we're making you and Paul pretty busy.
Is this yours, Doug?
This is Doug. So again, baby bushel gourd becomes what you're about to see on the weigh scale.
Just so you know, Paul is our judge, has been for longer than he's going to like to admit. But he has to check, make sure that there's not like a whole bunch of dirt sitting on the bottom, making sure there's no holes anywhere. And when we get to the big squash and pumpkins, there can only be an inch of stem on it as well. But for Doug Court, 234 pounds of bushel gourd. That's good enough for second.
So just talking to Doug a little bit about this, bushel gourds gain about 7, yep, go for the picture and then come back. 7 pounds roughly per day. But the world record, which is over 400 pounds, gained about 10 per day. So not specifically talking about bushel gourd, but you live just outside of Port Elgin. You had a visitor, and that visitor wreaked a little bit of havoc in your patch, not just with regards to bushel gourds, with regards to pumpkins and squash and everything. What happened?
Well, I had some vegetables that looked very interesting and very promising. So this is a true story. Got my granddaughter to take pictures of them because they were an unusual green color and a dark green color, similar to a bushel gourd, similar to a marrow. And we took the picture, and I was all excited because you know the linen tapes you ladies use for sewing? That's how we measure them. We go around a circle, take a measurement, side to side, end to end, every day in a journal. Put it in a computer program, and it estimates our weight. So I was quite excited, these vegetables. So I sent all these notes out to, remember the Lions, you know, Chris, and all these judges. What kind of vegetables have I got growing here? So next morning, bright and early to make my measurements, and all I see is something that looked like a crop circle. So I started to panic a bit, and the big vegetables that were growing, they were this long, were smashed and partially eaten. So I figured they ate about 100 pounds. And then I sent it to my judge friends, and of course all the conspiracy theories, you know, alien abductions, etc. And we were able, though, with my grandson, trace the tracks of the bear, and the bear made a straight line to those vegetables. So their history.
We do hear those stories in this area, black bears. We have heard of some bigger bears in the north, so when you get up around where Jeff lives in Englehart, some larger bears, but we have seen that before. Keep in mind that to a bear, these are a perfectly good food source and an easy one to get to if they can get to your patch. Some growers have gone so far as to sleep in the field with their pumpkins or squash in the last 2 weeks before they're coming to an event for a weigh-off. If they sleep in the field, the animals stay away. And it's not just a bear, raccoons, mice, there's a long list of things that can cause damage.
Possums.
Possum.
Yes. We have a notice here, which is another pretty big event in this area, and that is the Walkerton Little Royal Fair. Walkerton, about 40 minutes down the road that way. So Thursday to Sunday, not on the 12th to the 15th. So that's a Thursday to Sunday. They are going to have the Walkerton Little Royal Fair, entertainment, magic show, lots of great stuff. And I mean, fall fairs, it's the best part of this time of the year. So get out there and take it all in.
Isn't does Tiverton Fair this weekend?
Ripley is this weekend.
Ripley.
Tiverton is going to be next week.
Oh.
Weekend. Don't quote me on that. But it's not, normally it is the same weekend as Pumpkinfest, but it got moved. Check it out. And also
All
Ripley,
right.
Ripley Huron, 160th Fall Fair this year.
Yeah, big car show in Ripley on Friday night.
Yeah.
All right, giant pumpkins. If I count correctly, we've got 3 of them.
And they are
They
giants.
are big, yeah. As I mentioned earlier, 1,000 pounds is the goal for any growers of giant pumpkins. When you get to 1,000 pounds, then the rest of the growers start to pay attention, because that's when you kind of start to break that barrier. So it's kind of 500 pounds in your first year, then 100 pounds each of the next 5 years to get to 1,000. Some people make that jump in a couple of years, and then you know that you've got somebody that is very dedicated to what they're doing.
But we mentioned the giant vegetable growers, and so we heard yesterday from our friend Brent, you're considered a novice for 3 years. So no matter what you bring, it's going to be great. They're going to recognize it because, I mean, for any of us, to get over a couple of 100 pounds would be phenomenal. Phenomenal first effort. So 3 years you're allowed to be a novice, and then you're in with the big boys.
Yeah. And it is also an extremely friendly competition. So remember, there are growers seminars all over the province of Ontario where the growers get together. It's usually in the case of Pumpkinfest, I'm going to say February in Niagara Falls. But you can catch it on the website, pumpkinfest.org. And then you get together with all the other growers for a couple of days. You learn about the new things, the popular things, the new findings for pumpkin squash, etc. And there's the odd party that breaks out, and you just have some fun for a couple of days, but causes the camaraderie.
Yeah, and it is long after that seminar that you got to start planting.
That's
if you're
correct.
looking at pumpkins. Because the couple of months, there was a couple of people who just happened to be away. They didn't get the seeds into some dirt till April, and it made a huge amount of difference.
So this is going to be, is this Courtney's?
This is a nice sized pumpkin.
All right, this is our first giant Atlantic pumpkin of the weigh-off today. You can see the difference between a field pumpkin and a giant Atlantic right away, other than the fact that its size. You can see the fact that the ribs are much wider. That's part of what makes these pumpkins grow bigger and heavier.
It's dripping.
Uh-oh. Oh,
The judge
we're going to have
is
to check the
checking.
hole. Look this way. Look this way, Court. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Yes, that's not
is-
good.
That's not good. Oh, no.
And you never know, right, until you get it up in the air. Oh, it
Oh,
goes all the way
no.
through.
Not really. Let's explain to you what's happening. Paul is our judge. He's the guy that just took a zip tie, and we see water dripping on the ground. So that's not a good sign. Any hole in the pumpkin that goes completely through to the interior of the pumpkin makes it ineligible.
Yeah, I know.
Remember how I said it could be a mouse? It could, who knows what made that hole?
It could, and it's been growing on that surface, right? So it could just have gotten soft.
But
that's,
what are we going to do?
but we're
going to
still
weigh
gonna
it
weigh
anyway.
it.
We're going to weigh it anyway, but it's
and she's
not,
still going to have seeds.
It's not legal. It won't be entered in the competition. So what she's going to get when we're finished is your round of applause. Just wait.
So just so you know. And this has a bit of green on it. There needs to be, when you're getting into this size, a certain percentage of orange to be a pumpkin, mostly green to be a squash. What?
It is. This one's confused. True. Yeah. Green, gray.
There are a lot of different colors, yes, but the orange.
Yeah, this one.
The percentage of orange is the thing.
Green, gray, or blue is squash. Yellow or orange is pumpkin.
So if you grew something and you were hoping it was a squash, it was kind of green, you're hoping it's a squash because generally
Sometimes.
squashes don't get as big.
Sometimes, for sure. And this was a nice size.
Oh,
682 and a half. She'll get your applause, but it's not legal to be weighed. But we're still going to weigh it. She still wants to know what it's worth.
Yeah. So I was just saying, so if you're growing a squash, obviously if you have, say, 1,000-pound squash, it's going to do better in the squash category because pumpkins grow larger. But if it just starts turning orange and has a certain percentage of orange, then it's no longer qualified as a squash and it's weighed as a pumpkin. A lot of rules, but again, she's going to have the seeds out of that.
The worst one we ever saw was Joel Jarvis from St. Thomas. It was when we had the tent up behind the high school. So, I mean, still not good for Courtney, but Courtney is coming from the Port Elgin area. Joel drives from St. Thomas. So Joel drove up from St. Thomas with his pumpkin. We were all excited. It was really big. Like Joel hits 1,500, 16, 17, that kind of area for his pumpkins. Brought the pumpkin up, put the sling on it, picked it up. You don't know about the bottom. It was so soft that it completely fell out. So we picked it up and it just went on the ground, and that was the end of that. Yeah. And when they're that rotten, they do not smell good. Yep, the tent did not smell good for the remainder of that day. How about a round of applause for the volunteers who do the picking up of these things?
All the volunteers that are here. We've got like 200 people that spend a lot of time and really give up their weekend to be here and put this event all together.
200 volunteers, not sure how many nonprofit organizations make money out of the weekend, but you being here certainly supports that, and we thank you very much.
50-50. Have we seen the 50-50?
I haven't seen
ladies?
the 50-50 yet. As of the end of the day yesterday, the 50-50 jackpot was over 10,000, which
We're
means you
drawing
get
that today.
half. Yeah.
So if you see them, make sure you get in on that.
Also didn't hear, anybody play the bingo last night? The bingo cards sold out. They had to print more. I didn't hear much about that. I think there were 16 games and about $5,000 given away, something like that. We're still trying to get over to the rides. We have grandkids in town. We haven't been able to get on a ride yet.
But they always try them out on Friday, and God bless them, the high school kids come out in droves.
Yeah, it was a little
on
busy.
Friday night, and it was very well attended. So it's always like when you put this much effort into an event, it is great to have people here and enjoying it. So thank you ever so much for being a part of it and coming out. Some for the first time, but for those who revisit us every year, we are certainly appreciative that you are here.
Yeah, because we'd be very bored in this building.
We were sitting here talking to ourselves,
Yeah.
which honestly, during COVID, we did.
Yeah.
We stood here and talked to ourselves with the growers.
There's our leaderboard. If we take a look at it quickly, our current squash leader, Bob and Elaine McKenzie with a 111-pound squash. Jeff Warner from Englehart leading the way with a watermelon of 130. Field pumpkin, 148-pound field pumpkin from Doug Court, who also has measured the heaviest field pumpkin this year. He measured that one in Bracebridge a few weeks ago at 172 pounds. The long gourd, Jeff Warner at 71 inches. The cabbage, Jeff Warner, 72 pounds. The tomato champion at this point, Doug Court, 4.7-pound tomato. A sunflower of 157 inches long, Aislinn Maxermink, and Aislinn is also one of our young growers. So our friends from Home Hardware put on a promotion to get kids involved in growing, and Aislinn's done it for 2 years, and her sunflower is so big, not just as a novice grower, but in the regular competition, she grew the longest sunflower. So congratulations to Aislinn. Sunflower face, Jeff Warner, 21 inches. So that's from one side of the sunflower face to the other. One of the things you're going to notice, oh, we got one right here. One of the things you'll notice about a sunflower, this is Aislinn's. So that is a sunflower face. They're not grown for height, they're grown for width of the sunflower face. What's something that you notice about that sunflower face? All the seeds are gone. Birds. It's an excellent source. So you want to get birds to your backyard, grow giant sunflowers.
A lot of times, and thank goodness we have this category, because to be entered into the long sunflower, the head has to be attached. But sometimes when they get that big, they're too heavy and the vine won't support it, the stalk won't support it, and it falls off. So instead of entering your sunflower, you enter your sunflower face.
Yeah, so usually when they
That
come
is
in,
quite
they're-
rounded.
It is. It's actually a very nice sunflower. Yeah, so it's all I did was set it down and a bunch of them fell off. So if you want a seed to grow a sunflower, grab one off the floor.
And our whole table here was our young growers. They did a lovely job and quite a lot of variety.
Yeah, and it's great to see the kids getting involved in this kind of a thing. I mean, we all know that, unfortunately, with the value of land, more and more land is becoming developed land and housing and so forth, and we need more people to do this. This is how we eat. So the kids who are getting involved in learning about horticulture and how to grow things are certainly going to be the future of our country, and we appreciate them getting involved in doing this. This is a good sign. When it takes a long time to get it hooked up.
It is the bright orange one that they are.
Yeah.
We always try to do it in order, but again, you never know. Obviously, they think they won the side it is bigger. Try to go gradually larger, but you never know. Just because it looks larger doesn't mean it's heavier.
Usually, a pumpkin that looks flat is heavy. It tends to squish the air out of the inside of it. So if a pumpkin is big and round and full, it looks beautiful. But that usually means that there's a whole bunch of air on the inside of it, and air doesn't weigh anything. And everything we're doing here is about weight. Well, some things for length. But so if we see a pumpkin that has squished down on itself, they tend to be heavier, and they tend to also be thicker. So the outside of that pumpkin, or the skin of the pumpkin, is very thick. But we have talked about this year, Robin, about so many people who've ended up with pumpkins that have, we call it explode, not actually what happens, but
Some of them could.
similar. When a pumpkin gets to the point of where it's peak growing, it'll grow 40 to 60 pounds in a day. So it's a very noticeable change from when you leave the farm in the morning to when you come back at night. The difference between 40 and 60 pounds is pretty dramatic. But at the same time, the skin or the exterior of the pumpkin has to grow at that same speed. If the interior of the pumpkin grows at 50 pounds, the skin grows at 30 pounds, well, the two of them aren't going to meet, and you're going to end up with splitting. That's what we mean when we say explodes. Then you end up with a crack. When the crack happens, if you don't catch it in time, you're done. Courtney's unfortunately couldn't be weighed because of that, or was weighed but not legal, and the same thing would happen. If you get a crack in the pumpkin, sometimes you can catch it and try and repair it so you can get it back together again.
So it doesn't go all the way through.
Right. But usually cracks you can do that with, but if you get any disease like blight or anything, and that'll be like a dark spot on the outside of the, if you just, it gets too big, you can't catch it.
And they can all tell when the pumpkin is getting, or gourd, is getting to its point where it's going to really start filling out and putting on the pounds. As we mentioned, Doug Gourd has now a record in the field pumpkin. Obviously, he is a founder of Pumpkinfest. He would have loved to have brought it here, but he knew it wasn't going to last 2 weeks. If he was going to get it weighed, if he was going to have it registered, he needed to pick it and get it, and so he waited somewhere else, and good for him, because he got a record out of it.
Well, there's so many weigh-offs now that are happening around the province. People are kind of trying to gear different things. So I might plant my whatever 2 weeks earlier because I want to take it to Bracebridge. And I'm going to print it maybe a little bit later. I want to go a little slower with this one because I want it to be at Pumpkinfest or whatever the other event is. So it's even now getting that detail where growers are starting to say, okay, I'm going to just plant things a week different in hopes that I'm able to time when that particular item is ready to be picked. So,
and to be honest, we're early this year.
We are.
Because
we're a week
Thanksgiving,
early.
we're always the weekend before Thanksgiving, and Thanksgiving is early this year. So Pumpkinfest is a touch early.
That's good for us because we'd be a week older. That wouldn't be good.
And a lot sore.
I asked yesterday, how many people that we have sitting in here? Don't put your hand up if you're watching at home. Won't do us any good. How many people who are in the building right now? We have 1,000 probably in the building, pretty close. Put your hand up if you've never been to Pumpkinfest before, first time. Are you, actually, let me go find out. Where are you from? If you haven't been here before, where are you from? Winnipeg? That's because everything's frozen where you're from. Actually, I'm going to, when are we going to Winnipeg? June next year, June. Oh, cool. Welcome. You have a very bad tour guide. Okay. Lindsay? Oh. Oh, Clinton. Oh, horses and casinos. Good for you. Okay. Sorry, anybody else? Where else are we from? First timers. Where are you guys from? Owen Sound. Oh, COVID baby, that's why. Oh, yes. London? All right. I don't know if at least you don't have a Knights hat on. No, I work for the Attack, that's why. Anybody else? Anybody first timers? First, where are you guys from? Windsor. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. Good to have you here. Where else? Nobody's going to admit to it now, right? Yes. Sault Ste. Marie, Greyhound country. There you go. See the guy from London. Where else? First timers, Pumpkinfest. Put your hand up. Let me know where you're from. Where are you from? From where? Lion's Head. Cool. Oh, that's not that far. Where you been? No, you're from Peggy's Cove. That's what your shirt says. From Mount Forest? All right. Patriot, the home of the Patriots. Georgetown, like Georgetown, Ontario, or NCAA. Okay, good. Sorry, back there? Brampton, nice to have you. You guys, oh no, it was Brantford that got the OHL this year, right? Bracebridge, you guys had a way off last weekend. Oh, all right. Anybody else, first time? Ever been to Pumpkinfest? First time. Where are you from? You live in Port Elgin. Is it just me that sees the irony in this one, or? All right, we'll come back. We have this every year. All right, this is why it gets crowded in town. This is it. Okay. Now look at this. How many people think this is a big pumpkin?
You'd be right. It is.
Wait, how many people think, let's do a quick survey.
Okay.
How many people think this pumpkin is going to be more than 1,000 pounds? Like, yeah, if you're not putting, hit the person beside you if they're not putting their hand up. Okay, how many people think this is going to be bigger than 1,100 pounds?
We got some chew marks on the bottom.
A few of them aren't quite up. What's that?
Marks are from a crow.
From a crow.
From a crow. Don't put it on yet. 1,100, okay, we got a few people, not as many confident. 1,200, how many people think 1,200 or bigger? All right.
Yeah, maybe.
How many, who said 15? All right, is the beer tent open already? Yes. You might be right, we don't know. Let's do it. This is Doug Court. Doug says a crow tried to eat this.
So, our grower, and they do have a formula. Maybe we'll ask Doug to explain that. What's the formula of measurement that you come up with? Because you gave me a number. So how do you come about that number?
Well, we have our little journal. Every day we measure the circumference and side to side, end to end. And then we have that computer program that tells where we are. So you add up all those inches, and all those inches come out and tell me it's 999.5 pounds.
So that's what the formula says. But again, you never know how dense the walls are, or how much air is in there, or what's going on.
And there's lots of air underneath.
Sometimes they concave, and it's hard to see because you're over there and it's over here. But it does have a bit of a bevel underneath. So 999.5 pounds is what the formula said. They had trouble hooking it up. They're having trouble unhooking it. Oh, it's slippery. Well, yes. As I mentioned, a lot of them that are coming in are wet. Yeah, it's sprinkling a little outside, but the dew has been so heavy in the mornings. Careful. There we go. Yes.
And I've only been over 1,000 once.
He's only, oh, really? All the years you've been doing this?
In a pumpkin. I've been over 1,000 a few times in squash, but in a pumpkin I've only been over 1,000 once.
Huh. That's interesting.
Sorry.
You've been doing this a long time.
The measurement said?
999.5 pounds.
We talked about the fact that some pumpkins that look the way this one does have a lot of air. This one has a lot of air. 908 pounds. Oh, I thought for sure this was 1,000-pounder. Wow. But that is the risk, right? Like, we know when they get like this that air starts to take over.
You're right, Dave. All the air is in that great big lump right there.
No, it's in this great big lump right here. Wow. That shocked me. That shocked all of us, I think. Give him a nice round of applause, though. There's a 900-pound pumpkin you didn't ever think you'd see.
But again, a beautiful color.
Wow.
Like the color this year has been amazing.
That's crazy. And I believe is the last one to come is Bob and Elaine McKenzie. Is this our 1,000-pounder that we've been waiting for today? Big difference. Some of the bigger pumpkins and bigger growers do come here on Saturday, easier for them for travel, etc. This used to be called the Tri-County Way-Off. It's not the same anymore. It used to be specifically for local growers. It is not, even though Sunday's easier for all the local growers to come back. It was one of those weird growing years where things either grew quick, we got a split, they got disease, there was a million different things
As I
that were
mentioned,
happening.
the dew has been quite heavy in the
For sure.
mornings, and then you get really hot days and cool nights, and that just breeds disease, unfortunately, on these vegetables. So some growers have had a very tough and disappointing year.
Hold on, Jeremy, around the edge.
Should mention plenty of other things. You're probably here just relaxing and sitting and enjoying because there's a lot of walking out there. The car show has been amazing this year. Full downtown, largest two-day car show in Ontario. We have got live entertainment going on in the White Tent over by the Queens. If you have never seen Bootleg Credence, I do believe they are later on this afternoon. Absolutely amazing. But we have so much local talent. Make sure you check that out. Of course, we've got the craft show in the Legion. We've got some vendors over on Gustavus Street. Got the Midway going, Giant Tiger Kitty Carnival. Is the fire department doing their thing today?
Fire department, yeah. The kids' fire. They've got the fire engines on display, the EMS on display, and the firemen. You know the competition that they do where they do the physical fitness for firemen? They do that for kids. So I suggest leave that to the end. Take your kids over there, wear them out, take them home, put them to bed, you're done. Right?
That's the plan. You always wear them out, then send them to bed.
And I don't know about you, my favorite car at the Classic Car Show this year is a beautiful yellow Pontiac Parisienne. It's right over here. What a nice car.
Oh, yeah. I can't imagine why it's your favorite.
I like it. I think it's a nice car.
I think the little black Beetle right beside it is much cuter.
All right. Well, you can think what you want, but.
They're ours, by the way.
Oh, cool. So up on the screen, I don't know if you guys can catch that with the camera or not. Oh, there we go. Up on the screen, so.
And the crowd is going to have to wait until the crane is out of the way.
I believe, is that Doug? It is. Is it? Yes. That is a picture of Doug Court in the field with a, Doug, that's a marrow, or is that behind? Make sure, let him look behind him. Is that that's a marrow in your field, correct? A what? Oh, that's a cross. So there's obviously rules to this as to what we're able to do to keep it be a marrow and what it would be for a field pumpkin. And I mean, how does that qualify if it's a cross?
Well, one of the judges who does three-way offsites, he said he might pass it as a marrow. The other judge said no, he might pass it as a other. So no one was conclusive, and they thought it might start to turn orange as it was growing, which would mean it's a field pumpkin. But we never met that day.
Oh. That was the bear food.
Yes. Yes.
And what are we looking at here? That looks like the remnants of the bear.
That's the remnants. And based on the measurements, that bear ate 100 pounds that night.
That bear ate 100 pounds. Maybe there was more than one, or did you only see tracks for one?
We only saw tracks for one.
Wow. That's what the bear does. We have in this community, I think they think there's two. Black bears, you'll find one of them that wanders down around the beach area, and then one of them that is kind of up back behind where we live, closer to where Doug lives, kind of
I
on the
think they
outskirts
eventually
of
make
Port.
their way to
Oh, sure
McGregor
they do.
Park,
Sure
Point
they
Park,
do.
but
So we have a couple of black bears that spend their time in this community, and that's because we got food. You know, somebody we haven't had a nice round of applause for is Morgan over there, who takes care of all of the small items, so the tomatoes, the long gourds, etc.
everything needs to be measured with a tape measure.
And Paul right here, who has been a part of Pumpkinfest longer than we have, which makes him crazier than we are.
Nope.
Oh, Mike's. And Paul, like I said, he's been a part of Pumpkinfest longer than we have. And the judges come here and have a very big responsibility. So they need to keep up on horticulture, what's happening in the world of growing. They need to be able to know the differences between everything and what's going to qualify as a pumpkin and what's going to qualify as a squash, etc. And they give up as much time this weekend as any volunteer to come and do this kind of a thing. So how about a nice round of applause for our two main judges, for Paul here at the front, for Morgan back there, who do an awesome job and have been here forever. Paul, when we used to do the baking competition, like every year won the pumpkin pie competition. Like the man can cook. And Morgan used to be a used to do regular entries into the competition a lot. So two of them with a big background in Pumpkinfest, not just here, but in several different aspects. So thank you, except Morgan, bring the classic car next year. I think it is here. Oh, no, next year. Are you saying you're not coming back? You'll bring the car next year. Good. What kind of cars did you have? You have two, right?
I have two, 1952 International pickup truck, which is my pride and joy because there's not many of them out there. There used to be a lot of them used as farm trucks out west and delivery trucks in the city, but there's very few left. They all went to the bush and rusted away.
Rusted out, yeah.
I also have a 1966 Mustang, which is our pride and joy, I guess. Both of them are.
You notice how everyone that owns a classic car puts the classic car way ahead of their children.
Oh, that's definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got more money sunk in them than the children.
Yeah, I know what you mean. All right, this is really big. So let's compare this to the one we just saw. Doug Court, we talked about the fact that pumpkins that tend to be nice, big, and round have a lot of air on the inside. We saw that from the weight that we got from Doug's pumpkin. This one, it ain't big and fat. This one is squishy. And when they squish down like that, they spread out, so it's going to cover this weigh scale completely. And they weigh super heavy. Some of the people that are sitting at this end, you're going to be able to see, that's where the stem was, right there. See where it's grown in on the bottom, right there. Oh, sorry, that's not this. This was leaning. Oh, where? Oh, right there. Sorry, stem's here. That's the bottom. That looked like the stem when I saw it from over here. All right, let's get that bad boy on here. Bad boy or girl? Have you named it? No? All right. Big Bertha. This is going to be tough to get the sling out from under. A Doug beater. What's the heaviest you guys had? 17? 18, 12 and a half.
See how he had that number right there?
Yeah, this. If I said right now, name all of your children and dates of birth, he has no idea. But he can tell you the bloodline of that pumpkin, I guarantee
And
it.
how big his heaviest was.
You cover that one up, and I'll get the other one. I talked to Bob and Elaine a little earlier. Measurements were 12.
12 even, he thought.
So do I. So do I. So we said the ones with a lot of air are big and fluffy. This one's not big and fluffy.
It's kind of flat.
They guessed 1,200. We said it looked like this. They usually weigh heavy, and this one weighs really heavy. 1,381 pounds, and today's champion, 1,381. Ho, ho, ho. Ooh. That rents for 2,200 plus heat and hydro up here now. There's your biggest pumpkin of the day. Get your pictures now. Bob and Elaine McKenzie out of Tiverton, today's Pumpkinfest Way Off champions. Here, champions, come on over here. Okay, measured 12, weighs almost 14. That's a nice seed. So we talk a lot about this. What's the next part of the process for this pumpkin? Because I'm guessing it's going to get a hole in it not too long from now, and you're going to get some seeds.
Yeah, we'll save the seeds. We crossed this pumpkin with the one we had yesterday, and yesterday was a nice an orange pumpkin, so the future generation should be orange. So this came from a beautiful pumpkin. It was a 2006 Wolf seed. It was a beautiful orange pumpkin. So yeah, we'll save the seeds, but we'll leave it on a display for a while though.
All right, so what we're gonna try and do, just so you guys know, but I know you don't wanna be here forever, we're gonna move the tables that are sitting right here where our media was sitting, and we're gonna put this pumpkin on display right there. So if you want to get a photo with today's pumpkin, probably the biggest pumpkin you've ever seen, 1,381 pounds even. Bob and Elaine McKenzie out of Tiverton. Just hang on for a couple of minutes. We're going to move it right over there. We'll give you a chance to get some photographs, and hey, they might stick around and get in the photograph with you. There you see our leaderboard. We are just a few minutes away from doing our prize presentation as well. The growers do receive cash prizes for their achievements. We're going to be doing that very shortly here in the Way Off tent as well. Big thanks to Bruce Power for their sponsorship of this area as always. Also still to come, we've got the pet show that'll be happening right here in the Way Off area as well. That starts at about 3 o'clock. The rest of Pumpkinfest continues. You still have time to get here if you're watching at home. If you're here, enjoy. Thank you for taking part. Thank you for being part of the 38th edition of Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. Well, I saw you standing around here.
We matched today, by the way.
We did. Look at this. We got the matching shirtage going.
Yeah.
Another very successful, obviously it's a very successful year.
Always. And thanks to the Pumpkinfest Committee for inviting us back every single year.
Yeah.
And thank you for watching it. Just so many people bring this all together. And part of it is you. So thank you so much.
Thanks to you. Thanks to the sponsors. Thanks to those of you at home watching on YouTube and watching on television. I'm going to only assume that we will see you back here next year. Weekend always before Thanksgiving. You can mark it on the calendar now. That's Pumpkinfest weekend here in Port Elgin, Ontario. On behalf of Robin Woods, thanks for joining us. Have a great 2023, and we'll see you back here in the middle of 2024. Also, if you're here in the way off area, we're just now signing off on YouTube. If you do have 50/50 tickets, we are just in a couple of minutes here going to make that draw. We'll make the announcement here, and then it'll be posted for the winner. As I said, at the end of yesterday, the jackpot was over $10,000. The winner, as of the end of yesterday, would get $5 grand. That obviously is going to be much higher after the success at the gates today, but we're going to be making the announcement of that winning number here in just a couple of minutes for the 50/50.
Certainly, we have no problem with you taking pictures of the pumpkin if we could just ask that you not lean on it.
For those of you just arriving in the Bruce Power Growers tent, I'm Dave Middleton. We finished our way off a couple of moments ago. Items are on display. You're more than welcome to take photographs. Please remain outside of the chained-in area and do not lean on any items. We don't know how thick the wall, for example, of that pumpkin is. So if you lean on it, we'll find out how thick the wall is. And we found out before, we've lost a lot of kids that way. So please don't lean on any items, but you're more than welcome to take photographs. In a couple of moments, we're going to announce the winner of the 50-50 draw, $6,745 to the winner of the 50-50. We'll also be giving away the prizes for the Way Off to the growers. And then at 3 o'clock, it's our pet show. And the triumphant return of the Kids Pet Show, where kids from around the community just bring their pets. And we talk about the pet and what they have, and we just have some fun with the kids and the pets. So that's still what's to come in the Bruce Power Way Off area. Once again, in just a moment, we'll be announcing the winner of the 50-50 draw. Attention growers. Attention growers, 5 minutes, 2 awards, 5 minutes. Attention all growers, please come to the way off area for the awards. All growers to the way off area. Once again, last call, all growers to the way off area for the awards. All growers to the way off area. Last call, all growers to the way off area for the awards. All growers to the way off area. Coming up in just a couple of moments here in the Bruce Power Way Off area will be our pet show. Before we do that, we have a couple of other things to clean up. First of all, if you're just arriving in the way off area, we do have today's giant pumpkin on display. That is the pumpkin that was grown by Bob and Elaine McKenzie from Tiverton at just over 1,380 pounds. It is on display right now, and you're more than welcome to take a photograph. If you'd like, please do not come past the orange chain. Stay on the other side of the orange chain for safety reasons. Before I go any further, though, I want to introduce somebody to you. Could that guy come down here? Daryl, come on down for a sec. So, some of you, well, it turns out most of you bought tickets to support the 50-50 draw. Maybe you noticed, maybe you didn't. You got a ticket with the numbers on it, but what we got was your telephone number and information. So when the draw was made, we were able to contact the winner directly. The winner gets, I'm going to tell them how much money you're going to get. $6,745. Please welcome the winners. Your name and introduce your family.
Daryl McCutcheon. This is my wife, Stephanie McCutcheon. This is my oldest, Emma, and my youngest, Maya.
So where were you when we called? Were you on site or were you at home cutting the grass?
Nope, we had already enjoyed all the festivities today, and we had just got home and sat down to relax and got the phone call.
$20 ticket, $6,745. Kind of a nice time of the year to get that kind of cash. That's what's that gonna do for the family?
That'll help us do all kinds of things. We'll find a use for it, that's for sure.
Non-committal, good job.
Exactly.
Give them a nice round of applause. Your champions for the 50-50. Congratulations, guys and girls. Enjoy the cash. Okay, don't let mom and dad tell you they don't have enough money to go back on the Ferris wheel. Get on the Ferris wheel.
Thank you very much.
All right, congratulations. So one of the things we want to do before I give away the cash, because I want the growers to see this, there's been a food collection here throughout the weekend. Now, I understand talking to the missionary church that this is something we're going to do again next year, right? Yeah, we're definitely going to do it again next year. What we're going to ask for you to do is when you come to Pumpkinfest next year to make a donation of a non-perishable food item, the goal is to get more weight of food than we have for a champion pumpkin. So if you guys can donate more food than we get pumpkin, that's our goal. So the pumpkin is $13.81, right? That was Bob and Elaine McKenzie. So we are now, let's bring that food up here because we're going to weigh it. Growers, this is why next year I need you to grow a 2,000-pound pumpkin, because we need 2,000 pounds worth of food to go to the food bank, right? If we're lucky, I'm going to talk to Pumpkinfest, and I'm going to see if you bring a food donation, you get a reduction in the price to get into Pumpkinfest. What do you think? Is that a good idea? All right. Oh, you think? Oh, yeah, you're not going to drag that over. Do we have any forklift drivers still here? I don't know if we do. If we don't, we're going to figure out a way to do this. Or we could just pull it. Will the wood survive if we pull it? Line it up this way with the fork straight at it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We got her. Turn. There you go. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. All right, let's see. That's so. Is the wood on that? Is it that pallet? Oh, look, Jeremy's picking it up. There you go. Just wait, Jared. Just wait. Who's some of the? Oh, yeah. Get that Jeff guy over here. You just got to get the corner up and on, and then we can pull it. There we go. Okay, set it down, Jared. Now see if we can pull it. Look at this. A little bit more. Awesome. So, biggest pumpkin, $13.81 today. But you know what? So it's not 1,300 pounds. It is 712 pounds worth of food to help people in this community who need the help. And cleaning stuff. We got some Tide in there. We got like a whole bunch of canned goods. We've got pasta sauce. We've got lots of peanut butter, which is always needed. Mr. Noodles. We got a lot of Mr. Noodles in there. So give yourselves a round of applause. That's 700 plus pounds worth of food to go to the food bank. Thank you to the Missionary Church for your support. Thank you to those of you that made a donation. Remember, next year, we're going to lobby for them. If you bring a food item, we're going to get you somehow to get a reduction on what it costs to get into Pumpkinfest. It's not much anyway for a family, but we're going to make sure we get that down a little bit so you can get more food. And we are actually going to be raising money for hernia surgery. If you... Holy cow. Oh, you're good. You're up. Wow. Next year, mental note. Keep a forklift driver. All right, now for the award ceremony, and then we'll be getting to the pet show, so hopefully we're right on time there. Congratulations. Congratulations, by the way, to all the growers. Thank you very much, as always, for your support. Some of you travel incredibly long distances, and we really appreciate it. The other category is where we're going to start today. In the other category, it was judged second position, a 5.15-pound carrot from Granton, Ontario, Ryan Hicks. Oh, you can clap louder than that. It's all right. And the winner of the category with a 31-pound hunk of celery. 31-pound celery from Englehart, Jeff Warner. Now the marrow category. We have several different categories, of course, that we're going to be giving out awards for. In the marrow category, the second largest marrow weighed in today, 65.5 pounds, Jeff Warner, once again from Englehart. And the biggest marrow here today was a whopping 86.5 pounds from Tiverton, Bob and Elaine McKenzie. Now the bushel gourds. There are 3 prizes to give away in this category today, with a 97-pound bushel gourd from Englehart, Jeff Warner. The second place bushel gourd weighed in at 234 pounds. It was a big one from Port Elgin, one of the founding fathers of Pumpkinfest, Doug Court. Oh, sacrificing herself for the cash. Louise, oh, he'll never see this, check Court. Yeah. And the winner of the bushel gourd, 267.5 pounds, Tiverton again, Bob and Elaine McKenzie. And now the sunflower face. So this is from one side of the sunflower face to the other. A 10-inch wide sunflower face from Southampton, Andy Jacoby. There you go, Andy. An 18-inch sunflower face from Port Elgin, Aislinn Maximic. Now, if I'm not mistaken, both of you were part of the young growers, right? The home hardware. There's what happens when kids get involved. They then move up into the adult categories and win the money. That's what happens. And the winner of the sunflower face, 21 inches, Jeff Warner from Englehart. I don't. Should be the winner. Sunflower face. Is there one? Okay, don't worry about her. Keep her going. Now we have sunflower for height. So we just did sunflower face. Now it's the height of the sunflower. Second place with a sunflower 151.5 inches tall from Southampton, Andy Jacoby. And the winner of the sunflower height, narrowly winning this is going to be a tough competition for years to come. 157 from Port Elgin, Aislinn Maximic. Tomato was a hotly contested competition this year. Get it? Hothouse tomato. Get it? You didn't get it. That's okay. The tomato competition, narrowly sneaking in for third spot, 3.05 pounds, some guy named Jeff Warner from Englehart. Second, 4.60 pound tomato, just under 5 pounds from Tiverton, Elaine and Bob McKenzie. I know, change it up. I'll give you some. And the winner of the tomato category was by 0.1 pounds this year, with a 4.7 pound tomato from Port Elgin, Doug Court. By the way, don't let your wife tell you she didn't claim that other check. She's already taken it. It's gone. Cabbage. You want cabbage, we have cabbage. Second spot, 44.5-pound cabbage from Tiverton, Elaine and Bob McKenzie again. Awesome. And your winner yesterday with 83 pounds of cabbage, today 72 pounds of cabbage, Jeff Warner from Englehart. Yeah, you are. We had only one long gourd measured in today, and not a surprise, this guy just had just enough room in his trailer for a 71.25-inch long gourd, Jeff Warner from Englehart. You've heard his name so much, you're not even clapping anymore. You're like, this guy's got too much money now. Field pumpkin. So this is more what you think of when you think of a pumpkin, pie pumpkin, field pumpkin. 107.5 pounds from Tiverton, Bob and Elaine McKenzie. Just 1 pound heavier than that, 108.5, Jeff Warner from Englehart. He's actually got the heaviest field pumpkin weighed in Ontario. Is it Ontario or the world this year? World. He actually weighed the heaviest field pumpkin in the world this year in Bracebridge. The field pumpkin today to win the competition here, 148 pounds from Port Elgin, Doug Court. How big would that be on the world scale? Any idea?
Sorry?
How big will that one be on the world scale? Top 10? Okay. The watermelons now, and by the way, nice enough for the winner of the watermelon category to allow us to cut that watermelon open and give pieces to anybody who wanted some. Very sweet watermelon for the champion this year. Starting in third spot, though, at a 23-pound watermelon from Tiverton, Bob and Elaine McKenzie. With a 79-pound watermelon from Port Elgin, Doug Court. And the big one that, like I said, he was nice enough to let us cut open and give it away. Quite honestly, he just didn't want to put it back on the truck. 130-pound watermelon, Jeff Warner from Englehart. Now to the two most popular categories. This year we just had one squash. A lot of squash, unfortunately, saw an early demise this year. The one that made it, 111-pound squash, the squash champion this year from Tiverton, Bob and Elaine McKenzie. We had 3 pumpkins. Unfortunately, one of them had a hole in it and was for display purposes only. Top 2 will get checks. Second spot for the pumpkin category, with a pumpkin of 908 pounds. From Port Elgin, Doug Court. And the champion, it's still on display in front of the stage here. If you want to get a photo with it, you can. 1,381 pounds. Give them a big round of applause. Your Port Elgin Pumpkinfest Day 2 champions, Bob and Elaine McKenzie from Tiverton. No, there was only 2, so there wasn't 3.
Yeah, I know. We missed this one.
What spot is that? You just
First.
Yeah, that means you just didn't give it to the first place. So we'll make sure we give it to him. I'll do that after. The Howard Dill Award is given away to the pumpkin that has the most orange, the nicest color. And the judges have determined that this year's Howard Dill Award for Sunday will go to Doug Court. We'll give that award to him behind the scenes. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you could, we know that Pumpkinfest wouldn't exist without you. We need people to come and have some fun, spend some money, and enjoy everything that happens at this event. We need sponsors like Bruce Power, like Home Hardware, all the sponsors you see. Without them, this event can't happen. But most importantly, without those people standing right there, you're going to come here and listen to me for 3 hours, and that's not going to be that much fun. So how about we clap a huge round of applause for all the people that spend their entire summer growing stuff. You guys make Pumpkinfest. Thank you very much. You're great people. Now get the stuff out of here. They're all unbelievably nice people. If you ever want to try growing, go on the website, www.pumpkinfest.org. Talk to the growers. Go to a growers seminar. Find out what you can do to do this. Start with something easy. Get hooked, and one day you're going to be here with a 1,000-pound pumpkin. I don't know how you're going to get it here, but we'll figure that out when you get to that point, okay? For those people watching from home, that's the end of Pumpkinfest from the Way Off site. On behalf of Robin Woods, I'm Dave Middleton. Thank you for joining us for the 38th annual Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. We'll see you back here next year, same time, same place. If you're here for the pet show, hold on. We'll do that in just a couple of minutes.